Hello, and welcome to this, our 122nd live stream. Myths, the academic world, and questions. And boy, do we have questions. And apparently a lot of channel memberships, thanks to Jack Ray here. Okay, so this is our Friday live stream where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible, like we do every Friday. Just one small piece of housekeeping before we begin. Monday, September 4th at 8 p.m., we are doing a popcorn review. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. And like always, well, the actual contents of the popcorn review are a secret until the popcorn kernels are popped. So, it will be a premiere. So I will be on the live chat with you as we watch it. So, and again, for those of you who are interested in recommending popcorn reviews in the future, just leave a comment in the live chat. We do keep track of these, or not in live chat, in the comments section. We do keep track of the comments in the comments section, so if you want to suggest a future popcorn review, that's where you would do it. So, language ammo. Just as long as it's not one of my videos for your popcorn review. Believe it or not, we've had people ask us to do popcorn reviews of their videos. Not quite sure about that. So anyway, let's begin with the questions. The rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. You should all know that if you've been on YouTube any length of time. If you're directing a question to me that's not a super chat, put a Q and a colon in front of it. We ask that you only do non-super chat questions once so that I don't get lost as I track through it. We don't allow basically question spamming. So if you put a question more than once, we will not answer it. Yeah. The other thing is, don't post it in the beginning. Delete it and put it later on. That doesn't help. Okay? That doesn't delete it on our side. That's the same as posting it multiple times. Okay? So, just because you can't see it anymore doesn't mean I can't see it anymore. The other thing is, if it has to do with something in the Bible, we do ask that you give us some context, like the book of the Bible, the chapter and the verse, or if it has to do with a foreign language, we also ask that you tell us what language you think it is and what you think the word means, just so we don't scramble around trying to guess what you're thinking. Okay? So with that said, let's get into the questions. Our first, we're going to start the night here with 2 non-super chats, and then get into the super chats. Okay, our first super chat here, or non-super chat, is from Talitha Kum. And she asks, is it true that the Egyptians didn't have a god of the sea? Yes. It's true that the Egyptians did not have a god of the sea. If so, why not? Odd considering how important the sea was to other Mediterranean cultures. It isn't odd once you sort of consider where the Egyptians are located geographically. Okay? Now, you have to kind of understand that the Nile Delta, while today there's cities on the coast of the Nile Delta, it wasn't back then. The Nile Delta back then was very marshy. And there were no cities on the coastline, essentially. You had in the Sinai, the closest you had to a coastal city in the Sinai was something place like that was on the coast of the Mediterranean was a place like Pelusium. Okay? But even with Pelusium, it wasn't directly on the Mediterranean. So in most cases, your typical Egyptians had no contact with the Mediterranean Sea. So they had no contact with it at all. They basically lived along the river. They lived along the Nile River or in the southernmost regions of the Nile Delta. So they're not even on the coast of the Mediterranean where the Nile Delta meets the Mediterranean. Most of that was just empty, as I said, marsh. So, they really just didn't have any contact with the sea. So for them, the idea of a god of the sea wouldn't have had even any meaning for them. But they had other, say, gods and goddesses of which they did have contact with. Like they had a god of the Nile who was happy. That's his name, not his state of mind. I mean, he might have been happy. I mean, who knows? But they would also have like other gods within the Nile, like Sobek, the crocodile god, Taweret, the hippo god. They had a variety of gods. Okay, but a god of the sea was not a god they had because again, they had no long-term relationship with the sea. So that's the reason why they didn't. Is because they just weren't close enough to the sea to really for it to impact their lives in any meaningful way. So anyway, thank you for the question. I hope that helped, and I very much appreciate the question. It's a good question. Okay. The next non-super chat here comes actually from Chow Yi. What is your opinion of Dr. John Bergsma and his interview on Pints with Aquinas? Ooh, interesting. Now, I did watch this interview. My overall, for those who don't know, Pints with Aquinas is essentially a Roman Catholic apologetics channel. And John Bergsma is essentially a professor who converted from Protestantism to Roman Catholicism. Okay? Now, I thought the interview with Bergsma was a mixed bag. Some of it was very good. I think particularly in his area of specialization, which I think is New Testament, he was very good. It was very good. Like the first 30 minutes of the interview where he's talking about the Gospels was very good. Some of the Old Testament stuff was a lot more mixed. There was... I mean, it was really a mixed bag. It almost struck me, like, for example, he got the date of he basically sided with the late Exodus date. Okay, that's cool. And he sided with the idea that the Sea of Reeds was one of the lakes in the northwest Sinai. And that's also good. That's also correct. But then he started mixing it with some weird stuff. Like the whole idea that there was potential chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea. You know, it's like he couldn't really tell the difference between what was sort of true and what was sort of sensational Ron Wyatt stuff. So it was very muddled. There was a lack of consistency to his overall approach to Old Testament things. Like, for example, he quotes the the Steve Collins version of Sodom and Gomorrah very uncritically, despite the fact that it's been pretty much been panned by Christian archaeologists. Oh, we've gone over this before on the channel. Okay, I mean, basically, Collins dates his destruction. He puts it at Tel el-Haman, which is the wrong place. It's in the wrong place, first of all, because he puts it at the north of the Dead Sea. He dates it to the wrong time, which he dates it to the 1650s. Now, that's not Abraham's time. That's Joseph's time. So he also tends to the whole meteor burst thing has been pretty much disproven at this point, and even had hints of doctoring the data. The terrible stratigraphy at Tel el-Haman, absolutely terrifyingly badly read stratigraphy. Yeah, Machinique, the carbon dating could be as old as 1750, but that's not how carbon... You don't take the outermost extreme of a date and say, well, that could be. It's a bell curve. It's a probability bell curve. So when you do a carbon-14 date, it tends to be in the middle of the curve. Something like between 60 to 90% of the time, depending on how the test was done and what kind of samples were used. So I mean, he really did report 1650. So I think Bergsma was being very uncritical about a lot of the evidence he does adopt. Now, it is true he's trying to read widely on this, but it just struck me he didn't know enough about the Old Testament to really talk intelligently about it. So for example, I mean, even some of the stuff he was talking about as far as say typical Catholic answers to things. There was an unawareness that some of those things he was talking about was also had an Old Testament reading, such as Revelation 12. He ascribed that to basically Mary as Queen of Heaven, when it really actually comes out of Genesis 37. So, yeah, I think there's concerns. So, it was a mixed bag. It really was a mixed bag. Some of the stuff he says was really good. Some of it was really not so good. So it wasn't a situation like ABR where everything's distorted, but it also could have been better. Could have been a lot better. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, and we're going to get to the super chat here, and the first thing we're going to do is actually address a super chat that did not get caught last time. Now, for some reason, this did not show up on our monitors. We've had this now happen for 2 weeks now, where a super chat got dropped by YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. And this one comes from N. Japonis Conrafi. And he asks, dedication numbers of the Ishtar Temple seem to be based on the numerology around the number 60. Yes, they are. 60 times 12 to make 720. Could 480 years of Solomon's Temple be a type for a long time of hardships for the 12 tribes of Israel? 40 times 12 equals 480. It could be. It's possible. We do see, however, that in, say, the book of Judges, when 40 is used, it tends to be used for times of rest and peace, not so much times of distress. So, like, for example, on, I think, the first 3 Judges, they will, they have like 18 or 20 years of oppression, and then 40 years of rest, 40 years of peace. So it could be that it does represent a long, unspecific long time for the 12 tribes. And there have been people like Kenneth Kitchen who have added up the times of peace and come up with 480. Now, I'm not sure how exactly he gets that calculation, but that's how he does it. So, yeah, Dark Blades, Ehud had 80, but that's 2 times 40. So, so that's twice the piece. So anyway, so I mean, there's no doubt that 480 here is going to represent a unspecified long time. It is possible that it has some connection to the 12 tribes. Whether that's a hardship or of peace, well, the Bible doesn't say for certain. It's more likely, though, to be 480 years of peace, though, than, say, 480 years of hardship. Because I think the actual years of hardship adds up to like 156 or something like that. So it's actually less than the number, the years of rest, at least as far as Judges records it. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And I'm sorry it didn't show up. Again, this sometimes happens on YouTube. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay, our next super chat here is from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Could you discuss Pharaoh Narmer? Well, as much as we know about him, we don't know very much about him. Also, why does he have the non-warrior name Catfish? Thank you for the question, Lingo as Ammo. Okay. Let's pull up a little picture here. And pull up a picture. Edge. And okay, and I am going to take, this is the Narmer palette. Now, I circled the part in red that actually has the name of Narmer. Okay? So, that's the catfish ideogram, and below it is the chisel ideogram. This is what's called the rebus effect. He is not actually called catfish. Okay? Catfish Chisel is not really his name. Well, yeah, I mean, it kind of would be cool if his name was Catfish Chisel. But it doesn't make a lot of sense, okay? The fact is that what we have here is what's called the rebus effect. The rebus effect is when you take something that sounds like something else, okay? Like, if you write a little Valentine's Day card and you draw a picture of a honeybee, and then you put under it mine. Be mine. Okay? That's the rebus effect. It's using an image as something that sounds like a word you want to say. Okay? And so that's what's happening here with Narmer's name. The catfish is a early dynastic Old Kingdom ideogram that is Nar. The N, the Ayin, and the Resh. And then the chisel is Mer. The M and the Resh again. Okay? The M and the R. Okay? So that's how we get Narmer. So it's essentially the rebus effect. Okay? It's not meant to be descriptive. The name's not meant to be descriptive. It's meant to be phonetic. No, Binks. Oh dear. So anyway, we don't have a lot to go on as far as Narmer is concerned. He basically, this was a cosmetic palette that was found at the temple of Hierakonpolis, and it's was found in a second dynasty mud brick temple that was later augmented and expanded upon. And it was found in a foundation deposit with a bunch of other pre-dynastic and early dynastic artifacts. So, we don't have a lot of information about Narmer, and we're not even actually sure who exactly he is. His relationship with other kings is not known. There's very little text regarding him. So there's not a whole lot to say about him. It is true he did go to, from what we can tell from the Narmer pellet, that he went to war against other city-states, particularly against the kingdom of Lower Egypt. So that seems to be what he went after. Whether or not he unified the country is not completely known, but it does seem that he made progress towards that goal of the unification of Egypt. Let's see that. 26. Okay. We'll take this follow-up question here. That's Jar Jar Binks. I don't want that one. Instead. Talitha Kum asks, did the Egyptians see Narmer as the Brits see King Arthur? Not really. He didn't live on in legend. None of these early kings of, say, Dynasty 0, Dynasty 1 lived on. At least in the thoughts of say, the Egyptians. So they were never seen as sort of the founding figures of the country, even though they probably were, or close to being those figures. The fact is that it was either Narmer or Hor-Aha who united the country at the beginning of Dynasty 1. Right now, it's sort of held that Narmer was the last king of Dynasty 0, or the Nagata 3 period, and Hor-Aha was the first king of Dynasty 1. One of the big debates is that one of these two kings is probably King Menes. We just don't know which one it actually is. Either one could be, and there's good arguments made on both sides for which one of these is Menes. Now, the Egyptians did seem to regard Menes as the founder of Egypt. We just don't know who Menes is, which one of these two kings Menes is. So, but they didn't at the same time, too, they didn't seem to exalt the founder of Egypt in the same way as, say, the Brits did with King Arthur. It never entered into legend in that way. So, it wasn't quite the same sort of exaltation, mythologizing, that sort of thing. They just kind of said, well, yeah, I mean, there was really only one city named after King Menes anyway, which is Memphis. So his name lived on in the Egyptian consciousness through Memphis. You know, in Egyptian, it's called Meni Nefer. Basically, Menes is handsome. That's like great name for a city, huh? Once what's funny was I once read a peer-reviewed article. I read this peer-reviewed article where the uh the author was trying to claim that like the city of Ramses was not named after a real king, but it was more of a descriptive term, just like Memphis. And it's like, wait a minute, Memphis is also named after a king. Like, oops. Oopsie. Yeah, so Linguist Ammo, yeah, I thought Many seemed to be a legendary figure. He's not a legendary figure. He was an actual person. We do actually have a Sarek with the name Menes. So he wasn't legendary. We just don't know who he goes to. We know he's one of those two kings. That much we can figure out. As in weird. And that past peer review, oh yeah. A lot of crazy stuff passes peer review these days. Folison asks, what percentage of Egyptian kings are named, cities are named after kings? That's hard to say because you'd have to do a survey of all the toponyms to figure that out. But you do find a fair number of them. I mean, there is a fair number of cities that are named after Egyptian kings. So, it would be hard to say without actually doing the tabulations. But they're not uncommon. They're not at all uncommon. So, anyway, thank you very much. You should carry his book. Yeah, well. We're not going to talk about Richard Carrier's book. We'll let that embarrassment rest with Carrier. Is it more common for cities to be named after kings or a god? Depends. It's not more common, but you do see both. So, let me explain. Asks, is it more common for them cities to be named after kings or gods? Again, it'd be impossible to say without doing a survey of the toponyms. Now, I have done surveys of toponyms for specific purposes. But you'd have to really do the count. You'd have to really do the count, and then you'd only get sort of a ballpark figure here. But you do find cities that are named after gods. Baal Savan. Basically Baal of the North. That's named after a Semitic god. Peratum, House of Atum. That's named after a god. That's Pithom. So we do find them, in both cases. But Ramses, that's named after a king. So it's really going to depend. Now, some are named after neither gods nor kings. Like Hutweret, the Great Gates. Now, that's the name for the city of Avaris. So, there are cities that are named after other things other than gods and kings, but gods and kings can and have been used to name cities. Well, fair number actually, but we won't get into that. So, anyway, I'm going to move on to the next super chat now. Anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. We very much appreciate it. Let's see. One. Jack Ray, and that's what we can get so far. All right. The next super chat here is from the Penniless Theologian. And he says, for 10 euros, thank you very much for the super chat. He says, I'm no longer penniless. Well, I'm glad you're no longer penniless. Penniless is not a good state to be in. The name is aspirational now. Well, glad you're helping. Well, I hope so. Genesis 44, 9-10. The brothers, our punishment shall be X. The steward, I agree, your punishment shall be Y. What is going on here? Awesome question. Let's pull up our Bible and find out. Okay. Go to Genesis 44. Verse 9. Okay. Now, basically what's happening here is Joseph is looking for an excuse to detain his brothers. Okay. Because he's not done with them yet. He's given them grain, but he's not finished with them. He wants to sort of bring them back to Egypt to get them out of harm's way. Because he's not stupid. Joseph knows what's going on in Levant. He knows it's not good. He knows this grain's not going to last forever. And he knows, moreover, that this famine is going to last a lot longer than just, say, 1 year. So what he does is he plants his divination cup now into the grain. Now, this is really interesting. This is super interesting. Because we do have, for example, a divination cup that was found in the tomb of King Tut. It's alabaster with lotus handles on both sides. It's beautiful. Absolutely a stunningly beautiful cup. So we do know these cups actually existed. So, anyway, he hides his divination cup into the grain of his brothers. And he accuses one of them of theft. And the brothers are so sure that none of them stole the cup. Like, what would they want with a divination cup anyway? It's an Egyptian practice. So they say in verse 9 here, with whomever of your servants it is found, let him die, and we will be my lord's slaves. And so the brothers are sort of protesting their innocence. They're saying, we're innocent, hey. You know, we are so sure of our innocence here that whoever whoever has this cup, we'll let you kill him. We'll let you kill him. Because they did it without our knowledge. So, so it's a protest of saying, hey, okay, we're innocent. We couldn't have possibly done it. So, okay. So, and then in verse 10, he said, now, he here being Joseph, says, now let it also be according to your words. Okay, so he agrees to their terms. He with whom it is found shall be my slave, and the rest of you shall be innocent. Now he's not going to go so far as to agree with him and kill the person who's. I mean, he did plant the cup. He's not going to kill his brothers, okay? But he is going to hold them ransom. Okay, so, and he knows he's put it into Benjamin's sack. Okay, the beloved remaining son. Okay, so, and the youngest of the sons. So at that point, he's got Benjamin hostage. Okay, and this is going to be incentive for Judah to go back and fetch Jacob and bring him back to Egypt. So that's what's sort of going on here. Is they're swearing an oath. We are so sure of our innocence here that we'll submit to slavery and death. And basically, Joseph is saying, "Yeah, okay, I'll take that deal." Knowing that he's already rigged the game. He's already rigged the game. So, anyway, that's what's going on here in this passage. And it's a protest of innocence coupled with basically shenanigans orchestrated by Joseph. Again, all of this is pretense to get Jacob and his brothers safe in Egypt, where Joseph has the power to provide for them throughout this 7-year famine, because he knows the worst is yet to come. The Levant's about to be a very ugly place, and he wants his brothers out of there. So that's what's going on. Thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped, and I really appreciate the question. Okay. Next super chat here is back up here to the beginning. Okay. Next super chat here is from AMAXC for $4.99 pounds. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And he asks, is there a connection between the hardening of the heart in Exodus? And he lists the 3 Hebrew lexemes, kasach, hatzak, and kavod, with the weighing of the heart against the feather of Ma'at. Now, there's really only a connection here between one of these 3 lexemes, and that's kavod. Kavod here means to be heavy, weighty, weighed down. The other 2 lexemes are not so applicable here. And the whole idea of this is the fact that the weighing of the heart is done on the scales of Anubis. And basically, you've got the feather of Ma'at on one set of the scales, and the other scale is holding the deceased's heart. And if the heart is too heavy, if it's heavier than the feather of Ma'at, then it gets pitched to the demon goddess Amat. Okay, so that's the issue. That's the connection here, is that the idea of kavod, heavy, means to be weighed down with guilt and sin and such. Now, while the Egyptians didn't have this idea of sin, they did have the idea of being weighed down by wrongdoing. And this was sort of the purpose of the spells of the pyramid texts, the coffin texts, and the Book of the Dead, was to make the heart light again, so that it could be favorably weighed against Ma'at. Of course, this didn't prevent Anubis occasionally from putting his thumb on the scale and changing the results. Anubis would never do that. Much. Yeah, those Egyptian gods are really shifty. I mean, you do actually see some of these vignettes for the weighing of the heart where Anubis is not actually allowing the scale to weigh freely. He's putting his thumb on certain parts of it. So, yeah, Dark Blade, I'm guessing that's his bad coming. Yeah, it is. Or if it's his good coming, if he's unfavorable, if he's weighing it favorably in your or doing it in your favor. But yeah, it can go either way with Anubis. I mean, all of these gods of ancient Egypt were like this. They had both a good and a bad coming. You know, Anubis could protect you through your voyage through the underworld. But he could just as easily abandon you at the first hour of the duat and let you figure it out all on your own. He can also arbitrarily put his thumb on the scale, one way or the other. Yeah, they were capricious. The Egyptian gods were really capricious. Yep. That is funny. Gaius Octavius says those people clearly owed Anubis money. Or showed a penniless to the afterlife. Yeah. Could be. Okay. Let's get back to the original question here. Okay, so yeah, there is this concept that that's common in both, say, Israelite thought as well as Egyptian thought, that a heart weighed down by wrongdoing would be heavy, kavod. So that does seem to be something that's shared across both cultures. And it might have even been that the Israelites picked up this idea while they were in Egypt, because they did pick up other things there too. So there is a connection there. There's definitely a connection there. But it is only with one of those lexemes. It's with the kavod. It's not with the hatzak or the kisah lexemes. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, there's a follow-up question that brought up to my producers. 846. Okay, Talitha asks, did the Egyptians believe that the Books of the Dead were written by magicians who had gone through the underworld and returned, like Orpheus in Greek mythology? No. There's no indication that they were written by magicians who had gone through the underworld or returned. They just seem to have been magic spells that were sort of basically added upon the myth. Okay, so the way these spells and books were developed, this is a process of development over time, a long time too, to be honest. You start with the pyramid texts. Now, the pyramid texts are spells, but they're largely mythological reenactment spells. So those spells are reenacting certain things in the mythology of the gods. And by reenacting that mythology, you're reaping the benefit of that reenactment. So it's a little bit kind of like passion plays, where you're supposed to get some spiritual benefit out of going through the same process of, say, doing the the Passion Week of Jesus Christ, where some people will, do things like carry a cross or wear a crown of thorns for spiritual purposes. I'm not advocating those passion plays, but some people do them, and they do them for spiritual reasons. So it's kind of a reenactment of the spells from the pyramid texts are more or less reenactments of certain aspects of Egyptian mythology. So as the spells are developed over time, they're taken from, say, their pyramid context, and they become coffin spells. And then they're added upon some more when they become spells that are compiled into the Books of the Dead. So by the time you get to the Books of the Dead, they're already several generations of augmentation upon that mythology. So they will add to those spells to sort of pad them out, make them more expansive, cover more issues, etc. So, anyway. So it's not like somebody went to the afterlife and returned. It's not that sort of situation at all. It's more taking what they had and as far as their mythology goes, and amplifying upon their mythologies, again, to produce magical spells. So anyway, that's what's going on there. Thank you for the question, and I hope that helped. Okay. Okay, next super chat is from Jonathan. Alrighty. For $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What's the deal with dreams in ancient Near Eastern religion? Why does the ability to interpret dreams get Joseph and later Daniel elevated to high positions in government? Okay. Well, those are two very different circumstances. They're not the same circumstance. Okay? So we kind of have to keep the circumstances separate because the contexts are different. In the case of, say, Joseph, dreams are codified in ancient Egypt. Priests didn't have the ability just to say, oh, I think your dream means this. They went to a spell book, basically a dream interpretation book. Dreams in ancient Egypt were completely codified. Priests had books, that dream interpretation books, and we have an example of this in Papyrus. I think it's Papyrus Harris 3, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's Papyrus. Was Papyrus Harris 3? Maybe it's Papyrus Westcar 3 or something like that. It's called the Dream Book. And the Dream Book is basically a interpretation guide of dreams. And it basically says, oh, you're eating an egg. Good. Never. You're squeezing grapes into a cup. Bad. You are going to die. Okay? So, these dreams were codified. And they were described. You are eating meat. Good. You are baking bread. Bad. Bin. Something else bad's gonna happen to you. Okay. This is one of the reasons why, say, the wine steward, the butler, is so nervous, so afraid, because he's had his dream interpreted. That squeezing of grapes into the king's cup is a well-known dream in these dream interpretation books. And it's basically this dream is really well known. This is a really well known dream, and it's well known for being a really bad omen. Okay, you are not going to make it through this one. It's that sort of omen. So the wine steward was really nervous. Really, he thought he was done for. He thought he was done for. Because the standard interpretation of that dream in the Egyptian dream books is you're finished. Your jig's up. You might as well be writing your will out because you are not going to survive this. And to be charged with a crime in Pharaoh's prison, yeah, that's... And you get this dream that basically says, you're done for. So when he tells Joseph the dream, and Joseph said, oh, it's not a bad dream. It's a good dream. It's a good dream. You will be back in Pharaoh's court serving Pharaoh wine once again. Now, for the Egyptian mind, this is radical. Joseph has just contradicted the dream book. He's contradicted the standard definition of what is good and bad dreams. And then when he's proven right by these interpretations, yeah, okay, that's going to raise attention. Okay, that's gonna raise attention. That's gonna go, the butler is gonna say, okay, hey, I know this guy who knows dreams. So when the king gets a dream that's not found in the dream books, the 7 fatted calves, the 7 slim calves, the 7 bulls that are starving versus the ones that are fat. There's no interpretation in the dream books for this. It's not in the dream books. So the wine steward says, okay, hey, I know this guy. I know a guy who knows a guy. And he knows dreams. He really knows dreams. He met him in prison. Not a recommendation you'd normally want, by the way. But so they pull him out of prison and they clean him up to present before Pharaoh because he's got a skill that's in demand. Okay? So he's already been verified. He's been vouched for. So it's not just that the interpretation of dreams gets Joseph out. It's the fact that he's been accurate with his interpretations that gets him out. Now, in the case of Daniel, it's a little different. In the case of Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar's a cagey one. He's a cagey one. And he's got magicians and dream interpreters in his court. And they're kind of congested in his court. And he has this dream. And he says to his magicians, hey, I want you to interpret my dream. And the magicians in his court say, okay, sure, tell us the dream. And Nebuchadnezzar says, you tell me what I dreamed, and you then interpret it. Otherwise, you're all dead. And of course, the magicians are freaking out. What are you talking about? Nobody since the beginning of time has been able to predict what your dream was. It's like, of course, at this point they're sweating bricks. Nebuchadnezzar was no fool. He knew these magicians, a lot of them were charlatans. You know, he was under no delusions about their competency. So, he basically put the test to them. Okay, I've had a dream. Interpret that dream and tell me what it was. And Daniel gets his elevated status not because he could interpret the dream, but he could tell Nebuchadnezzar what that dream was. He had insight through the power of God to figure out what the dream actually was. So, that's what caused him to be elevated, not just the interpretation of dreams. Now, with that said, these ancient peoples did have, they did believe in the power of dreams to predict the future. But that is also, there's also specific circumstances here that created the elevation that we see in, say, the careers of Joseph and Daniel. So that's what led to them. It's not just that they interpreted dreams. It's that there were special circumstances behind those interpretations. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you much for the super chat. Did you know that King Tut was the first man on the moon to invent the Ferris wheel? That one's new to me. I mean, I thought it was the Sound Foxes. I mean, I thought once the Sound Foxes were done with the pyramids, they were making Ferris wheels. But, could be wrong. Might be King Tut. I see you're back with the questions. Awesome. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. That's some weird for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. So Starfield... On the moon. Okay. Well, why can't the Sound Foxes be on the moon? You tell me. Okay, so Starfield's coming out. You're going to play it. I am deeply thinking about it. I am very much considering playing Starfield. I haven't made any firm decisions yet. But yeah, I've heard it's an interesting game. I've heard little snippets here and there about it. Skyrim dungeons, drag your dungeons, but it's in space. Yeah, okay, I'm game. I wouldn't mind playing it. I had Bethesda contact me and asked if I would be willing to, how do I say it? Do a partner program with them where I would pitch their game on the channel. I told them it wasn't quite what our channel does, but but playing it on my own, sure, I play all sorts of games on my own that have nothing to do with ancient Egypt. In fact, I prefer the games I play have nothing to do with the ancient world, for entertainment purposes. Because I just found out when I played games that involve, say, Egypt or the ancient Near East, they end up feeling a whole lot like work. And the funny thing is that never happened until I actually got my PhD. My producer points out if they paid me to do the game, it would be work. Oh yeah, true. Sponsored playthrough. have to be quite the sponsorship, though, honestly, for me to do that. So, I haven't made any, as I say, I haven't made any decisions towards whether or not I was going to play Starfield yet, but I'm considering it. I'm highly considering it. Especially if the reviews turn out to be good. I sometimes wait for the reviews to come out on games before I devote the hard drive space to it. But so far it's sounding pretty good. But I know it's a Bethesda game, so I know it's going to be buggy as all get out. So there's that too. I might wait a little bit for them to patch it up. So anyway, we'll see. We'll see. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. We very much appreciate it. And yeah, maybe 1000 Clever Boy. It's not very buggy. We're talking Bethesda here. Okay. What's not very buggy? Go down the comment here. Yeah, 1000 Clever Boy. It's not very buggy. Yeah, we're talking Bethesda. Okay. Bethesda has a horrible reputation for buggy games. Not very buggy. Does that mean it crashes every 10 minutes instead of every 5? Do I need to remind you about, like, Fallout Vault 74? I mean, come on. That was awful. I mean, I love Bethesda games. I play lots of Bethesda games. But dang, they can be really super buggy. Woohoo! Whoa! That doesn't stop me from playing them. It's just, always having to work around the bugs. I find is just annoying. The most annoying thing about Bethesda games. I mean, for example, I still to this day play Fallout New Vegas. The thing crashes on me like every couple hours, but yikes. it's still a buggy game, but it's so much fun to play. It's so much fun to play. Alright, so back to ancient Egypt. Okay. So I haven't decided whether or not to play it or not, but I'm considering it. Okay, Kwame Adu007 for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Did Potiphar believe his wife? I read that if he did, he would have had Joseph executed. Also, would prison have been in his house? The prison been in his house since he was captain of the guard. Okay. There's two questions there. Did Potiphar believe his wife? Maybe. Maybe not. We don't know. If he had believed her, Joseph would not have been executed by him. Okay? At least not if he was a good Egyptian. Good Egyptians remand slaves who commit crimes for actual execution. Like what Potiphar actually did. Okay? So when a crime is done like this, it's remanded to the courts. And particularly here in this case, remanded to Pharaoh for judgment. Now, this is a gulag. Here's the thing about how the criminal justice system worked in ancient Egypt. Basically, the charge is made, it's sent up to Pharaoh, and essentially, Joseph would have to plead his case before Pharaoh. And Pharaoh can choose to believe it or not. At this point, Pharaoh has the option to execute or not. At the same time, too, Pharaoh can also just forget about Joseph. Yeah. You know, there's nothing saying that Pharaoh has to take any particular case. There's no limitation on how long Joseph could have lingered in that prison. Now, these prisons are not like walls and bars like we think of prisons today. They're essentially rock quarries in the middle of the desert. So you're sent to a rock quarry where that's the prison. Okay. The guard that Potiphar was in charge of was the palace guard. That's a different function. So Potiphar is essentially part of the retinue of the bodyguard. Basically, the palace guards. The palace didn't have a prison. There was no prison in the palace. The prison is out in the desert. The prison is at a rock quarry. Prisoners are marched out there, and a small group of guards basically make sure that things don't get out of hand at the quarry. Okay. But there's also no place for the prisoners to run. Most of these quarries are located far enough away from water sources that if anyone ran away, they would die of dehydration in a day or two. So, it really didn't matter that if he believed her or not, the punishment would have been the same. The results would have been the same. So, she made a charge. He's going to prison whether or not. Potiphar wants it. Because she's made a charge. She's made a charge of the R word. And because she's made that charge, there's no choice. Joseph's got to go to prison to await possible execution by Pharaoh. So, that's just the way criminal justice works in ancient Egypt. And that prison, as I said, would have been an open quarry. It would have been a quarry, a rock quarry. There would have been a small camp within the quarry. Within that camp, the prisoners would have slept out in the open. So it would be hot in the day, cold at night, not pleasant. There'd be a little house made there for the staff of the prison, the guards, and that would be about the extent of the amenities. Cooking would be done out in the open to feed the prisoners, and it would be not good. So, anyway, there also would have been probably, it depends upon the quarry too, but in some cases, the quarry would also have had civilian workers. Basically, people who were more or less either supervisors or professional stone cutters who basically supervised the work or were there to make sure that it was done right. So that's sort of how prisons worked in Egypt. They weren't meant to be Patui, Joseph Hessop got sent to Camp Green Lake. Well, you know what? When I lived in Nevada, there was actually a youth detention center that was located out in the desert called China Lake. And it was out on the outskirts of Carson City. So that was a youth detention center that was really in the middle of nowhere. It was in the middle of nowhere, and yeah, you wouldn't think a youth detention center would be put in the middle of the Nevada desert like that, but that's what the state of Nevada did with juvenile delinquents. So this sort of practice is still done today. Absolutely, this sort of thing is still done today. So, it's it's not that uncommon. So, we think we kind of think that we don't do this so much anymore, but yeah, it's still done. And it's still done for the exact same reason. So there's no place to run. Naval Air Weapons Station, China Lake. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's attached to a naval weapons station. I knew about China Lake, the China Lake Youth Detention Center, because I was at one point a substitute high school teacher in the Nevada school system. So as a substitute teacher, you learned about juvenile delinquency and how some kids ended up getting sent there. So, it's just something you learned about while you were there in the system. So, I don't think it was associated with a weapons, a naval air weapons station, but there was, as I said, a juvenile detention center, China Lake. That's the one I know about. But there's also a lot of naval weapons stations out in the Nevada desert too. A lot of them. Yeah, the Naval Undersea Warfare Center. Oh yeah, in the middle of the desert. Oh yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Well, certainly wouldn't be near a coast, that's for sure. Yep. Lots and lots of sand and desert out there. And nowhere to run. Okay, so anyway, that covers that super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay. Our next super chat here is from Rob Laird for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, I'm giving my first Bible study as a first-year seminarian on Sunday. Well, congratulations. I hope you do well. Oh, fantastic. He says, go back here, get your quote in here as well. Okay. And he says, what's the one thing you think would be most important for me to include? And he added 5 here. Okay, I'm gonna find your other comment here. Okay. There's a follow-up to this. And he says, though I forgot to include my topic is the book of Joshua. Okay, yeah, that's actually a really great question. I think if you're going to teach on Joshua, I think the one thing you need to include when you teach Joshua is that it's a didactic book. It's not done in historical order. This is going to be really important when you lay out the book of Joshua. Because one of the things is it's arranged in a certain order. From good tribes to bad tribes. It's one of the didactic historical books. Okay? So when you teach Joshua, the one thing you gotta include is the fact that when you start off and you see the good tribe, the tribe of Judah, they were able to get all their inheritance except the city of Jerusalem. Okay? So the tribe of Judah was able to secure all their inheritance except that one little city, one little Jebusite city. The book of Joshua, ends with the tribe of Dan, who not only could not, which is a bad tribe, not only could they not secure their inheritance, they go and they steal someone else's inheritance. Okay. Very bad tribe. So that's what you have to kind of keep in mind when you go through the book of Joshua, is it is a progression from good tribes to bad tribes. And it's meant to teach you about what happened with the tribe of with the nation of Israel when it came into the promised land. How things kind of went south. You know, it started off strong. Tribe of Judah, cleared their land. And then it sort of progressed from good to bad to worse. And we find actually a similar didactic structure in the book of Judges as well, where in the case of the book of Judges, it goes from good judges to bad judges. Really, really bad judges, like Samson and Jephthah. Okay. Oh yeah, Sunday schools get Samson all wrong. Okay. So, that's the one thing I think you really, really need to include when you teach the book of Joshua, is that overarching idea of the book. Good tribes to bad tribes. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's a great book to do. It's a difficult book to do for. I agree with Patui here. It is a tough book for a first-year seminarian to teach, but hey, you know, a good challenge. You'll learn a lot out of a good challenge. So, anyway, let us know how it turns out, how it works for you, and thank you very much for the super chat. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. We very much appreciate it. Okay. Oh boy. I see they're commenting on the popcorn review here. Let me explain, followers. I'd be scared if I saw Dr. Folk didn't like one of my videos. Not scary much. Okay. The next super chat here is from Fulvinson for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, could aliens learn lost tech traditions from Egypt? Only if they really want to recreate the Bronze Age. You know, this is one of the things I just don't understand about the whole ancient alien stuff. You know, you've got why would aliens fly 10, 20, 30 light years to Earth, a backwater planet at best, to learn how to make stone monuments with bronze chisels? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. At the same time, too, it also doesn't make a lot of sense that the aliens would come to help the Egyptians build stone monuments with bronze chisels. Okay? Neither proposition seems very coherent to me. Oh boy. Jack Ray, alien sightseers. They crash when the kids get into a fight in the back seat. That's probably the best explanation. Either that or the sound foxes are down in the aliens. You know, let's face it, those sound beams that the sound foxes produce, they can be used for more than just lifting stones. I mean, maybe that's the sound foxes that are down in the. Maybe that's why these alien ships are crashing all over the place. You know, I don't think Area 51's an exception here. I mean, those aliens, they'll fly like 20 light years and then get to Earth and just crash into some desert. It's the sort of the equivalent of getting drunk on a country road and hitting the only tree for miles around. Are we there yet? Oh, this is boring. Can we go to Andromeda World? Crash. Yeah, the aliens are getting liquored up so they don't have to listen to, so they can anesthetize themselves to the kids whining. Oh, I want that one up. I haven't got it yet, but there we go. Aliens equivalent to of drunk Russian tourists. That's about it. Yeah. Fly 20 light years and then crash into the only tree in the area. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they can't even do a proper 3-point landing, and yet we're supposed to believe they built the pyramids. Come on. Really? Oh boy. Oh, that was fun. Not very productive, but still fun. All right, let's get back to the super chats here. Let's see where we go here. Okay. So again, I want to thank Fulvison for that entertaining super chat. Next one here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for that super chat. Popcorn review linguist ammo. Just because he told you not to. Ooh. Ooh. Well, Adam, what do you think? Should I popcorn review one of your videos? Now he's faking being dead. Faking his own death. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy the next popcorn review. That's all I'll say. Again, it's Monday, 8 p.m. So it's on the Labor Day. So I know a lot of you will have the day off. Okay. Not everyone will, apparently, but I know a lot of you will. So there isn't any excuse to miss it. So Monday, September 4th at 8 p.m. That's when we're doing the next popcorn review. And we are looking forward to this. This one was kind of fun. I have to admit, I kind of enjoyed this one. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Even if Linguist Ammo is not going to appreciate that in the slightest. All right. See, the next one here is, there we go. is from JP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can deontological ethics fit within the Bible? Yes. I've heard it claimed that a cultural context of the Bible fits better with virtue ethics. Thoughts? You have both, essentially. You have both ontological and deontological ethics in the Bible. You have essentially virtue ethics in the Bible, where a ethical principle is being extolled, but you also have straight out commands too that have say virtue basis. So it's a mix. The ethics that you find in the Bible is a mix of virtue ethics and deontological ethics. So you get both. You get both in the Bible. So you do see both, and sometimes they are like for example, sort of the prescription not to mix or eat pork. You know, you eat pork is not it's not exactly a virtue ethic. The prohibition against eating pig. Okay. Except from the pig's point of view. The pig might have a difference of opinion on this one. Okay? But but at the same time too, you know, there is actually a cultural basis for that. I wish we'd gone through in past things, but it is basically a fiat command. Don't eat pig. Okay? So there's no virtue ethic behind that particular command. So so you're going to find both deontological ethics and virtue ethics in the Bible. It's just pure and simple. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I'm not really an ethicist, so I can't go into this in too much detail, but suffice it to say, we do find both. All right. The next super chat is from JP for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your opinion on the authorship of Hebrews? Ooh, calls for speculation. Thank you very much for that super chat. Okay. Anything I'm going to say right now is going to be pure speculation. Nobody knows who the authorship of Hebrews. Period. We do know that it was recognized as a canonical book very early. You know, it's basically the Ante-Nicene fathers of the first and second century recognized the book of Hebrews. Okay, so that's about. We do know that it's a very early book of the New Testament. We know it was somebody who was really well versed in Jewish culture, the interpretations of the Old Testament of the first century. This guy knew his Hebrew Bible inside and out. Now, I think, first of all, I don't think it was Paul who wrote this. So now that leaves a few options open. Could it have possibly been Apollos? Yeah. Apollos is a likely candidate here. The idea that it was Apollos was a very well-educated Jew. He was also very well versed in Greek, so he could have been the author of Hebrews. It's possible. It's very possible. He would have had the education on both sides of this to have been able to pull off a masterpiece like the Book of Hebrews. Easily. But again, ultimately, we don't know. But at the moment, I'm more leaning towards Apollos than anything else. Some have suggested that could have even been Nicodemus who has written this. So that's a possibility too. We do see that Nicodemus was a early convert to Christianity. Like he's one of them. We have the famous dialogue between Christ and Nicodemus in John chapter 3. And Nicodemus drops out of the narrative until the crucifixion, where he makes a return to collect the body of Jesus. So, Nicodemus is one of the early secret followers of Jesus. So, there's a possibility that it was Nicodemus too. JP says, I've heard the suggestion of Barnabas since the pseudo-epistle of Barnabas mimics the style of Hebrews, like it imitated the author. Yeah, I'm not so taken with the Barnabas theory on this. The problem with the pseudo-epistle of Barnabas is the authorship isn't sound on that. So you're sort it's a pseudepigraphal epistle. So the problem in this particular case with ascribing it to Barnabas is Barnabas may not have had all the credentials that would have been needed to put together something like Hebrews. So, there's what keeps learning here. Thoughts on it being Silas? Maybe Silas. It's possible. Doesn't Hebrews 2:3-4 imply that the author was not a disciple of Jesus? Well, let's just take a look at that. Just refresh my memory. Hebrews 2, 3-4. How shall we escape if we neglect so great a salvation? After it was first spoken through the Lord, it was confirmed to us by those who heard. God also bearing witness to them, both by signs and wonders and various miracles, and by gifts of the Holy Spirit according to his own will. Okay. Well, the fact is that it doesn't rule out somebody who was maybe on the periphery of Christ's following. Okay, we have to understand that the disciples, the apostles, the 12 apostles, were not the only followers of Christ. There were many followers of Christ, even during his lifetime. Okay, but not all of them were privy to all the teachings. So let's say we have a guy like Nicodemus, okay, who's more or less a secret follower of Christ. So in the case of Nicodemus, he's not part of the 12. Okay, he's not part of the 12, and he wouldn't have got all of it, say, directly from Christ. And I think Patui's right here. Is Hebrews 2 implies that the author didn't get it directly from Jesus. So it does, as Patui says here, it does exclude Paul pretty quickly. And it would exclude most of, say, the apostolic writers. But it doesn't exclude, say, those on the periphery, say, the disciples who were not apostles. So those people who were on the periphery, who were not part of the inner circle, who were not part of the 12. 12 plus Paul. So I'm still here leaning towards those who have, say, um the credentials to do this. So I'm still leaning more towards Apollos or Nicodemus. Silas is also an option again. I don't think Barnabas is an option. So, anyway, that's my opinion on this. Again, we're just in the area of speculation here. The pretty much all we can do here is exclude the 12, and that's pretty much all we can do. So, anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, let's get back to it here. Okay. Next super chat here. Is from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there an Egyptian king or queen as infamous as England's King John? Oh, King John got a bad rap. I'm going to be really, really honest about this. I think King John got a bad rap. Yeah. We don't only roast the biblical sacred cows here, we also roast the occasional historical one, too. I totally think that England's King John got a really bum deal on this one. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't a scoundrel. There is some evidence that, some possibility, I should say, we don't have the smoking gun for sure, that he knocked off his older brother to get the throne. The bad rap that King John often gets is thanks to King Richard, his brother. Yeah, and immortalized by Robin Hood. The tale of Robin Hood really is what cemented this bad rap for King John. Now, we have to understand that in sort of the flow of history here, King Richard bankrupts the country. He bankrupts Richard the Lionheart bankrupts the country doing his little wars all across Europe because he wanted the money of being king so he could go and do his little wars, but he didn't want to rule as king. So he was an absentee king. So Richard had to ensure that John continued to tax England heavily so that the money kept flowing to Richard's war efforts. And Richard got himself into wars he had no need to be involved in. I mean, he wasn't just involved in the Crusades. He involved himself in petty wars all over Europe. In fact, King Richard ends up dying on a battlefield in Austria. You know, he's fighting Prussians out in Austria. And that's how he gets himself killed. Well, once he gets himself killed, John becomes king of a mess. The country is bankrupt. The barons hated the taxation. The peasants hated the taxation. Everybody hated John because he was the face of King Richard's policies. It was not an enviable position to be in. And we have to understand, too, that King John did the best he could in the situation he had. Bankrupt country, trying to fix it all up, and maintain civil peace at the same time. It's one of the reasons actually why. I mean, we have to also understand that King John is not just the face of King Richard's taxation policies. He's also the king that signed Magna Carta. You know, they kind of sort of rewrite history to say King John, was opposed to Magna Carta. He wasn't. I mean, if he really wanted to fight some of the barons here, he could have. He had the capacity to drag that thing out into a civil war with not terrible odds of winning. The odds were not terrible against him. But it would have dragged the country, after it had gone through bankruptcy, into a civil war. And John didn't want to do that. So Magna Carta gave King John a good out to maintain the peace at, frankly, almost a token loss of power. The actual power King John lost here in Magna Carta was just really a token, because really at that point Magna Carta only gave the lords advisory powers, not really all that strength. And some of the burden of the taxation shifted at that point then from, say, the king to the lords. And frankly, King John was happy to be rid of that power. It had never done him any good. So I think King John gets a really, really bad rap. Really bad rap. So, okay. Let's get back to the question. I digress here, because this is one of those historical hot buttons for me. As far as being a king or queen that's infamous in Egyptian history, would be one that would have, let's say, taxed heavily, and basically ruin the country through taxation. So that would be sort of the historical infamy that would be equivalent to, say, England's King John, or really England's Prince John. And the one that sort of pops to mind here would be Khufu. Okay? He's probably as close as it gets in Egyptian circles. Khufu taxed the Egyptians heavily to build his pyramid. And it was known that the building project of the Great Pyramid of Giza put the country into financial ruin. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the next three kings really had to modify their plans in many respects for pyramids, is because Khufu just totally bankrupted the country. In fact, the reputation of the next two kings after Khufu weren't great. You had Djedefre, who started his pyramid project, but really didn't reign very long. He only reigned like 8 years. Khafre was also considered to be a kind of tyrant, because he also put a lot of money into the building of his pyramid. Now, interestingly enough, the third pyramid builder on the Giza Plateau, Menkaure, was actually seen as a very good and moral king, and beloved king. This is really interesting. He built the smallest of the three pyramids on the Giza Plateau, but he doesn't have the same elaborate, like for example, Menkaure doesn't build a big pyramid, but he builds this elaborate temple at the Sphinx temple. So he's spending the money, but he's spending it in different ways. Menkaure eases the purse. He eases taxation. And one of the interesting things we find about Menkaure is people loved him. People absolutely adored him. You go to the temple, the more funerary temple uh, of Menkaure, and there's not much left of it. But one of the things when I was there, I found was offering site at very outside the walls of the funerary temple of the pyramid temple of Menkaure. Now, this is really interesting. This is really extraordinary. I don't think this has even ever been documented, honestly. When I came across this by accident. You know, I was just sort of milling around the outside of it, and I found this site with offering cups and a burnt patch where they were doing this. So this has been something that people have been doing for a long time. When you find a site of offerings outside of the temple wall, that's usually done by people who aren't priests. These are civilians, basically non-priests who are giving offerings of incense to the king. So people didn't do that with bad kings. People did that with good kings. So we don't find the equivalent on around the funerary temples of, say, Khafre or Khufu. So there does seem to be some evidence backing up that these were bad kings, infamous kings, kings that bankrupted the economy for their personal tombs. So I think the closest you're going to find to a Prince John in King John in, say, Egyptian culture is going to be Khufu. And that reputation lasts. It lasts well into the Middle Kingdom and through to the New Kingdom. So it's a long-standing reputation. So anyway, that was a very interesting question. Thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped answer the question. As I say, fascinating. I mean, it's both ends of this question were fascinating. Both talking about King/Prince John, as well as Khufu and what he did. So, thank you for that question. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, by the way, thank you for the donation you gave earlier for $32. Really appreciate that. Those donations and your sponsoring of all these memberships are really helping the channel. So thank you very much for your support of our channel. So quickly. Okay, the next super chat here is from JP for $2. And he asks, thoughts on the Nefertiti bust? Okay. Ooh, interesting. Wow. This is politically charged. Okay? This is a politically charged topic. Between, say, the Egyptian government and the German government. Okay? Now, this was part of the Egyptian government today wants this bust back. First of all, my thoughts on it is it's beautiful. It's an absolute masterpiece. Well, we saw a replica of it. Yeah, we saw a replica of it on the Queens of Egypt. Yeah, display. Yeah, I mean it's a beautiful, beautiful piece. Absolutely beautiful. It's stunning. Now, the way this worked back, this was before, this was excavated at the time when Petrie, with the help of the Germans, was excavating the city of Amarna, the capital, basically Akhenaten's capital. And the way the laws prior to the discovery of the tomb of King Tut was that there would be a sharing of what was found. So back then, the excavators would foot the bill for the site, still do. Okay, you want to dig in Egypt, you have to pay for it. But the goods, whatever was found, was split sort of 50-50 between the government and the holders of the concession. Okay? And basically, the Egyptian government would go through and they would pick the pieces they wanted. And then whatever was left over would be given to the archaeological concession and be taken back to the home country for teaching purposes and for the museums, etc. Okay? So, here's what happened with at Akhenaten, at Amarna. So they get done with the excavation, and they set up the big table. And this was fairly typical. And you set up the big table of stuff. And basically, people from the Antiquities Authority would then go through and pick the pieces they liked. Well, the Egyptians got first pick. And it was on the Nefertiti bust was on the table. Now the Egyptians accused the Germans of basically hiding in wrappings the Nefertiti bust. Well, they were all hidden in wrappings. Even the Akhenaten busts were all sort of wrapped for essentially preservation purposes. Because they're setting these things in the sun. They're setting these things out in the sun. They're covered so that, the sun doesn't deteriorate them further. Okay. So, but the Egyptians are going to go, and they're picking the busts of Akhenaten. Because, he's the big, important king. But there's several of these Akhenaten busts, but only one of these Nefertiti busts. Now, there's actually a couple more that they found later on, but none like this one. And frankly, how do I say this? The Egyptian authorities were kind of, at that day and age, consider the time. Okay, so this is early on in archaeology, in Egypt's archaeology. I'll put this delicately. They didn't have a high view of women. Even queens. So the men who represented the Egyptian government basically didn't care about the bust of Nefertiti, even though it was labeled, even though they could have examined it underneath the wrappings. All these things were wrapped. Yeah, they had the opportunity to examine this and make their choices. And what we have here is a bit of buyer's remorse, or seller's remorse, depending on how you want to look at this. So as soon as the Germans put this thing on display as their centerpiece of their Egyptian museum, yeah, everybody knew that the Egyptians made a mistake here in their selection process. That the Germans got the better of the deal, even though the Egyptians had first choice. So I have a difficult time feeling sorry for the Egyptian government here. And I think that it should stay in German hands. It's my opinion. Because they knew what they were getting. They knew what they were getting. They knew what they were giving up. They just didn't value it. That's a different thing. It's not that they didn't know what they were giving up. They didn't value what they gave up. So I think that's a very, very different thing. I mean, it's one thing if they had no knowledge of this artifact at all. If the Germans hid it in some crate somewhere and didn't even tell the Egyptian government they had it, okay, they might have a claim here. But they told the Egyptian government, they had it on the table, the Egyptian government just passed it over. So, again, this is the consequence of making a bad decision. Not that they were fooled. Or that they were, in any ways deceived. So, anyway, that's sort of my thoughts on, say, the Nefertiti bust. It is gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. It actually was part of a bigger... It would have been part of a bigger statue. And that's the other thing to keep in mind. We only have the head. It was actually supposed to be placed on a body. These busts were never done alone. That was one of the other things, too, is that we don't have the rest of the body. We only have the head. But it was a head that was supposed to be attached to an entire body. And even that, there might have even been more to the crown that did not survive. So even though it's a spectacular piece that has a lot of interesting details, it's not complete. It was meant to be part of something larger. So anyway, that's my thoughts on the Nefertiti bust. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, Cooley27 for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your view of the Sothic cycle? Seems strange that they let the seasons drift months out of sync and remain calm. Who will tell pharaohs first? Well, they did. Okay. We do know that ancient calendars were not synced to seasons. And this just was seen as normal. What happened with these calendars is because they weren't intercalated, they would slowly drift. And so that terms like winter, inundation, summer, they became more labels than connected to weather patterns. Okay? As I said in a previous one, we do have a piece of writing from one of the administrators from Sarabit al-Qadam that dates roughly to the Middle Kingdom. And he complains about being sent to Sarabit al-Qadam in the heat of winter. Now, the heat of winter is not what an intercalated year would have been like. So we do know that, say, by the Middle Kingdom, the year had rotated to the point where the months of summer were now being experienced in the season of winter. So, this process happened really, really slowly too. We have to keep that in mind. This wasn't a process that happened overnight. The calendar of Egypt was 365 days, whereas the actual solar cycle is 365 and a quarter. So that means once every 4 years, the calendar moves by a single day. So that gets you like 1,400 years of calendar movement for the whole calendar to do one cycle. So, now with that said, the Sothic cycle is a whole different matter. The Sothic cycle there's a lot of unknowns regarding the Sothic cycle. My view of the Sothic cycle is it's pretty much useless for dating. It's pretty much useless. It's one of those things that does seem to be more applicable to the application of Egyptian medicine than it does to, say, chronology. The Egyptians don't seem to have used this for chronology. Like, for example, in the few areas where we see, like, for example, it's tied to a regnal year, say, on this day, so Sothis appears on the horizon in the year of such and such king, etc., etc. It's usually tied to a application of basically medicine. Say medicine was mixed on that day or was basically taken on that day. So it does seem to be very much tied to the practice of medicine. Now, with that said, however, we do know that sightings of Sothis would vary by plus or minus 4 years, not counting things such as atmospheric distortions, elevation of the viewing, what latitude it's being viewed from. We don't know. I mean, a lot of this is just simply unknown, or even how long the Egyptians viewed the cycle to be. We have no idea how long the Egyptians thought the cycle was, or when it began or ended. So there's so many unknowns here that we really can't use it for any sort of meaningful chronology. So what are we sort of then to take away from the whole Sothic cycle and the calendar drift? Well, this is what we know. The calendar did drift. It rotated through the entire set of seasons. And the Egyptians were fine with that until the Ptolemaic period. It's during the Ptolemaic period that they start doing intercalation. And then at that point, they standardized the Egyptian New Year to around September 11th. We do know that the Sothic cycle was, again, used for medicine application, and it could vary, and it's not reliable as a sighting star that you can cite to date anything. So that's sort of the takeaways on this. You still find people, especially ones who want to basically double down on a high chronology. They're still using the Sothic cycle, but no serious chronologist uses the Sothic cycle today. It's just been completely gutted as far as a tool used for dating. So it's no longer credible for that purpose. And it never was used for that purpose. So I don't feel terribly bad about not using it for something it was never intended to be used for. So anyway, I hope that helps, and I hope that explains it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JP for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your favorite pre-modern Bible commentary? Ooh. Pre-modern Bible commentary. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think my favorite, basically commentaries on the Bible that are pre-modern would probably be the early church fathers. I do think that reading the early church fathers, even though I don't completely trust them, is still a valuable commentary. It does provide you with some very interesting information about what people thought at the time of, or at least shortly after, the time of the apostles. Especially the earlier ones. The later ones, not so much. But the early church fathers can be a very useful resource and a very, very interesting look into church history. Not so great on biblical commentary, but again, that's sort of where I don't really use a lot of pre-modern Bible commentaries anyway. One of the habits you tend to get broken of when you go to seminary is using old commentaries. Here's the problem with an old commentary. We have learned more about the Bible in the last 50 years than in the previous 1,500 years combined. So there's a diminishing return to using old commentaries. A really diminishing return. And it's so diminished that it's almost not even worth your time to consult an old commentary. I mean, right now they pretty much practically give away like commentaries like the pulpit commentary. You know, that's a 19th century commentary that's really not that useful. There's probably one exception to the old commentary rule. Basically, the old commentary rule for basically people who are legitimate scholars is if a commentary is older than 50 years, it's probably rubbish. Yeah, it's a bit of a overgeneralization, but it does seem to hold true fairly well. The only exception is when you're doing investigations of theology, not biblical commentary. You know, there's a difference. You can use commentaries for various purposes. You can use a commentary for, say, exegesis. You can use a commentary for, say, cultural context. You can use a commentary to look up stuff like historical theology. You can use a commentary to investigate systematic theology, even. Okay? So there's various different kinds of things you can use commentaries for. Most of those aspects are going to be obsoleted by advancing research, with the exception of historical theology. So if you're doing a piece on historical theology, yeah, old commentaries can be great. They can be fantastic. But again, pre-modern commentaries are going to have a certain gap in their knowledge. They're going to have a certain gap in their knowledge. They're also going to be driven by certain worldview as well. Which, for example, that might not be so useful today. Like, for example, I forget which church father it was. One of the church fathers was talking about Isaiah, and I think it was Isaiah chapter 9. The prophecy that Christ will be called Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, God with us, Emmanuel. Okay? Now, the early church fathers, this particular early church father, tried to connect that prophecy to the Mithras cult. And basically that Christ made an appearance in the cave of Mithras and robbed the demon in the Mithras. The pre-incarnate Christ robbed the demon of the Mithras cave of his dominion, and thus, took captive every spirit, and then was incarnated as the second God in human flesh. Okay, and this is how this church father was interpreting that passage from Isaiah. Well, okay. The church fathers didn't know about the Syro-Ephraimite war. Okay? They just didn't have any knowledge of that. Where basically Israel, the northern kingdom of Israel, and Aram had allied to attack Judah. So they were not aware of that conflict. It's only long after, say, we start reading the more ancient texts, historical texts, in the 19th and um, 20th centuries that we had any sort of real insight in the Syro-Ephraimite War. And that sort of puts a completely different complexion on the interpretation of the Isaiah Emmanuel passage. So this is what we're dealing with some really old commentaries, is they didn't have the historical context because they had forgotten it. It wasn't retained as part of the cultural context. So there's really a lot. Reading pre-modern commentaries can really steer you in the wrong direction. So we got to be really careful about this. So the other thing we have to also be careful of too is that the language can slip out from under us with pre-modern Bible commentaries as well. Many of them are translated or use King James English, and they are not. It's not a great English to use for precision kind of work. Mostly because a lot of this we have forgotten about. So, anyway, so there's been the development of, say, within English itself, false friends. And a false friend is a word that means one thing to us that meant something else to them in their day. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And while I like the early church fathers as a pre-modern Bible commentary, I also am very circumspect about how I use them, and I understand the nuances involved with using it. So, again, I would caution anyone in using pre-modern Bible commentaries if you want an accurate picture of what the Bible is trying to teach. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. We at the end of the super chats already? Oh, nope, we got one more. And then we're at the end of super chats. Really early night. Hey, I might get some sleep tonight, which is a good thing because I've got work tomorrow. So, all right. JP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, what was the Jewish concept of time? Was it linear, cyclical, or something else entirely? And how does it differ from modern Western concepts, if at all? Okay. That's a philosophical question, and it's actually kind of hard to answer, to be honest. Israelite concepts of time did involve concepts of, say, event. That you express time in terms of significance. Not just in a linear sense of, say, counting off the years, but also in the sense of, say, that certain patterns of time are more important than the others. This is why we sort of see cyclical events over and over and over again. And that expression of, say, where time has importance through its process. Like, for example, we see this in the book of Judges, okay? Where you get this pattern over and over and over again. Israel rebels. It falls away. It follows after idols. And then it becomes oppressed by one of its neighbors. And then a judge rises up and God saves the day. That's an ongoing pattern in the book of Judges. Israel falls, or Israel is unfaithful, follows God, follows gods, falls under oppression, judge rises up, God saves the day. Over and over and over again. And the point of that cycle, that cyclic parallel time, it's parallel time. It's each, say, region of Israel is experiencing that time in its particular parallel. So it's like everybody in Israel has to go through this event. It's a necessary part of the cycle of discipleship for Israel. Israel falls away. Judah falls away. The people of Gilead fall away. They're all worshiping idols. Okay? They're going to be oppressed by Eglon, or the sons of Ammon, or doesn't matter who, the Moabites, doesn't matter. They're going to be oppressed. Then a judge is going to rise up, and God's going to use him, and God's going to save the day. So that's that entire process of cyclical time, where the events are repeated over and over and over again. Again, we do see this. We see this also later on too. This is not just in Joshua or Judges. We see this in Kings as well, where a king will rise up. He'll be a good king, a faithful king, or a bad king, and basically an idolatrous king. More likely than not, he'll be an idolatrous king. But God still shows his power. You know, he might save the day. He might let the king come to his own ruin. But God's going to be manifest. God's going to be manifest in the time of those kings. Now, that's not to say that they're also not recording linear time. They are recording linear time. They're not necessarily keeping really great records of linear time, but they're keeping some linear time too. But that's not going to supersede the cyclical or the parallel time of, say, event-driven temporal understanding. Okay? So, anyway, that's going to be how the Israelites are going to view time. Is through events. Not so much about, say, something you spend, something that passes away all at the same interval, increment, etc. So they're not going to see it the way a Westerner is going to see this. No. Hey, we're born with a clock. Okay, we're born with a clock on the wall in the West here. You know, we start getting anxious when we're 5 minutes early for an appointment and could be late. We're counting our time by minutes. Up 30 minutes, this meeting's up. It's 28 minutes, can't wait for the 2 minutes to pass. They're not counting time in that way. They're not ticking off the hours even. Yeah, I mean, as we still find this in some cultures. Yes, particularly in Africa, you see this. You find this in Africa, South America, Southeast Asia. Yeah, where time is not always being monitored. They didn't monitor time. We monitor time. We structure our world by the clock. We get real anxious when we take the train and cross time zones. Oh, time to change my watch. Ancient world never thought about that. Yeah, they had the water clock, but, they didn't live by that. That was more or less to sort of, oh, evening's coming soon. That's the event they're waiting for. They're waiting for the sunset. That's the event. It's starting to get dusk. Time to pack up and have dinner. You know, if they're off by 30 minutes here or there, don't matter. Cows still got to be fed. Once their work's done, though, they're done. You know, so they're not burning that clock on all ends either. So it does radically different from how, say, Westerners keep time, how they view time, and their attitudes towards time. Very, very different. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I think that's the final super chat. So we'll be taking some non-super chats. And if we run out of non-super chats that are interesting to me, then we'll call it a night. So given that we're kind of early here for the end of the super chats, we're going to go back to the beginning here. And we're going to take some of those questions at the beginning. Because we can. Okay. Let's see what we got here at the beginning. Okay, let's see here. Okay, here we are at the beginning. We're going to take this question here from Talitha Kum. Was there ever a pool of crocodiles in honor of Sobek in an Egyptian palace? Or were those only found on temple grounds? Okay, no. The kings never kept a pool of crocodiles in the palace. That would be dangerous. Yeah, that's hazardous to do this. No, you do. Nobody kept. I mean, some palaces had a pool. They never kept crocodiles in that pool, at least not intentionally. Woo, woo. Yeah. Crocodiles are predators. I still remember when I was at Abu Simbel and I could hear the crocodiles in Lake Nasser chirping. Yeah, they're watching you. They're watching you, and they're seeing you as dinner. They're seeing you as dinner. So, yeah, kings would not keep crocodiles in the palace. Just that ain't happening. Okay. Just got a message from Jack Ray here. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay, have has not shown up yet, but we will that there. Just post that. Jack Ray says, Ancient Egypt at the Bible, there's something in your email to help purchase Starfield. Well, thank you. Very much appreciated. Wow. It hasn't shown up yet, but definitely will appreciate that. Well, thank you so much. I don't think anyone's bought me a video game before. Well, thank you. Okay, getting back to Talitha's question here. Which is the fact is that they did have ceremonial pools. Okay, Egyptian palaces had ceremonial pools. They had fish in them. They had plants in them, like they would plant like lotuses in them because they produced attractive flowers. But crocodiles were not them. Now the Temple of Sobek might have been an exception to this, where, say, at the Temple of Sobek, which is located in the Fayum, that temple was dedicated to crocodile worship. So that particular temple would have had a sacred lake, like many of the pools of ancient Egypt did, and that one probably would have had crocodiles in them. But again, that was a very special case. Most sacred pools, they didn't intentionally have crocodiles in them. However, there were times when crocodiles found their way into these pools. Okay? Even though they were inland. Yeah, they have that problem in Florida too. The fact is that crocodiles, when they're young, they tend to get around. Okay? I was one of the things when you're at Abu Simbel, at the visitor center, of Abu Simbel. Now, you have to understand that the visitor center is high up. It's about, I would estimate, about 40 feet above Lake Nasser in elevation. And they got this little lotus pond outside of the visitor center. Well, you can hear the chirping of the crocodiles in those pools. And crocodile young have been known to travel as far as a mile inland. Some of it is to escape the cannibalism of their parents, because crocodiles are cannibals. So, baby crocodiles will move inland. They'll find their way to little ponds, wading ponds. They'll even climb trees. What's one of the interesting things about baby crocodiles is they do have the capacity to climb trees when they're just really, really young. So, they get around. They can climb. They can move very far inland without water. So, even if they are, even if they're not exactly, how do I say it? Invited to those ritual pools, sometimes they found their way into them. So that happened from time to time. And if it became a problem, they'd have to be hunted. Okay? So, anyway, thank you very much for the question. A very interesting question, and I hope that helped. Okay, next one. I'll take this one from 501 Mobius. Did Egyptians get tattoos? Yes. We do have evidence of Egyptians with tattoos. More so recently, they have been able... One of the problems with seeing tattoos on mummies is the fact that mummies tend to undergo marbling when in the post-necrotic state. So when a person dies, the skin tends to turn this blackish, greenish color, which tends to obscure tattoos. Now, with the right photographic technique, they can now see the tattoos on the skin because of the fluorescence of the particular inks involved. So, they can have now been able to see on various people tattoos. They've been found on, say, Egyptian priestesses. They've been found on some Egyptian priests. We do find them on the priestly caste. They tend to use stuff like onks. The Eye of Re is a very common motif found in Egyptian tattoos. Occasionally, you'll see an Isis motif. So they did various religious symbols as tattoos. And what's also interesting too is they tended to do tattoos in the form of bilateral symmetry. So if they put a on one shoulder, they tended to put it on the other two. If they put the Wajid eye on one side, they'll put it on the other as well. If they do an Isis, they might do it across the chest. So so they tended to do bilateral symmetry when they do the tattoos. So the tattoos were equally weighted on both sides. It's very interesting. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. I hope that helped. Very interesting. There was one researcher I know that was very much into tattoos. Crystal Pierce is an Egyptologist that I know is very much into the research of tattoos. Oh no, she's never published her work, but she's actually she graduated. She graduated and she's working at Brigham Young. So yeah, she might have published in a paper, academic paper. Yeah, it's been a long time since I talked to her. So anyway, I hope you found that interesting. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. BC says, uh, it's so they wouldn't be off balance when weighed. Well, it's possible. I wouldn't leave that exactly out of the equation. Okay. Think ah. Lego David asks, how did Egyptians deal with skin cancer caused by them living so much with their sun exposed to the hot sun? The skin exposed to the hot sun. Okay. A lot of them developed a good tan, especially field workers. They were out so often that they developed a full tan. Some of them used cosmetics like red ochre. They would cover themselves in red ochre. So that was something that's done sometimes. On the other hand, there was a high incidence of skin cancer in Egypt. Okay. But there was a high incidence of skin cancer in Egypt. So a lot of Egyptians did die from skin cancer, and cancers of various kinds. One of the things we find from the mummies of ancient Egypt is that there is actually a fairly high incidence of cancer that metastasized into the bone. So, they did not exactly always deal with skin cancer well. Some of them just didn't know what the cause of it was. So, putting two and two together was not exactly. They weren't necessarily aware that the cause of skin cancer was the sun. So again, some of them knew that they were going to get sunburned and put, say, as I said, red ochre on themselves. But you found that in more of upper classes that would do that. Lower classes would just get themselves a good tan. But skin cancer was a problem in ancient Egypt. So anyway, thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. Back to the top here. And let's see here. Uh, okay. Okie dokie. Let me explain the followers of the shepherd. Says, is astrology under the concept of witchcraft? It's more under the concept of divination. Okay. Witchcraft is a terribly vague term. There's several terms that are used of, say, these practices. Now, there are concepts of astrology that are just not much different than astronomy, but it's the attempt to use astrology to predict the future that would count as, say, divination. And the idea then is that the gods and goddesses of the ancient world are moving the stars around to show how events will sort of play out. So, technically not witchcraft, because, frankly, the whole idea of witchcraft is not a great term. It's not a great term. A lot of these people were not witches. So to use that kind of term of witchcraft is it's not a great term. It's not very descriptive. But of the magical practices that are condemned, it would sort of fall into the category of divination. So anyway, I hope that helps. I'll also take your next question here too. Of what is a free will offering? Exodus 35:29. Okay, let's take that. Exodus 35. Bring up the Bible here. It's not that one. This one is what I want. 35:29. Okay. The Israelites, all the men and women whose heart was moved to bring material for all the work which the Lord had commanded through Moses to be done, brought a free will offering to the Lord. Okay, now this is referring to the tabernacle. There was a taxation that had been placed upon the Israelites, but the Israelites were also encouraged, or basically allowed, to bring an offering for the construction of the tabernacle, a free will offering. And as the name sort of suggests, a free will offering is one that's done under no compulsion at all. So, a free will offering is any offering that's just given because you're grateful, because you want to give thanks, because you appreciate the work being done. Basically, the amount's not specified. The type of offering is not specified. It's just something that's done out of the goodness of your heart. We see this often in, say, in the New Testament. It often talks about tithes and offerings. And this is often sort of misunderstood in, say, New Testament contexts, too. Where, say, the tithe is what you owe God. Okay? The tenth is what tithe means. Now, whether or not that's actually a tenth, we will leave that up between you and God. Okay? So, I'm not going to get all prescriptive on you on tithing. But the offering is what you give above and beyond your tithe. So tithes are what you owe God. Offerings are what you give because God's been good to you. You're thankful. You're grateful. You want to celebrate something. Like, who knows? Maybe you've had your first grandchild, and you're so happy and grateful to God that you want to give him an offering just to say thanks. So these are what's called free will offerings. No compulsion to give them. They're not mandatory. No one's being told they have to give this. But if you want to, you can. To advance the work, to express thanks, and it's completely voluntary. It's completely voluntary. So anyway, I hope that explains what a free will offering is. Thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helps. Okay. I think we've tuckered Addison Weir out, so he called it an early night. What we're going to do here is we're just going to probably take a few more questions. Danny Dement, modern Calvinists are shook. I'm going to take that. That's funny. Oh, boy. I'm going to see that. Modern Calvinists are shook. Is any offering truly free will? Do you have the free will to give an offering? I was predestined to give this free will offering. I was free to be predestined to give this offering. How to mess with a Calvinist mind. That's funny. I shouldn't make too much fun of my Calvinist brothers here, but sometimes they take this a little too far. Okay. Yeah. Talbot, I completely agree with you. This is a total misunderstanding of Calvinism. I mean, yeah. I completely agree. It's a misunderstanding. You know, I think the better way to understand Calvinism is basically to say that, you know, there's an overall election and destiny that God does. Okay, you know, God chooses you in his divine foreknowledge, you know, and basically, you know, by his own criteria. Okay, yeah. I consider myself, to be honest, I adhere to 3 points of Calvinism. Okay? There's 3 points I think are dead on. Which will make me more of a Calvinist than I'll ever be an Arminian, honestly. My producer's probably the opposite here. but I think there's some things that Calvinism is dead on. That's just things I think it sort of misses the mark on. But I think the modern distortion of Calvinism is way off the mark. Okay. I think that there's definitely a I would consider myself much more of a classical Calvinist than I would a modern Calvinist by a long shot. I think there was a really serious and I'll say this, good theological thinking that went into Calvinism. And unless you start, I mean, you hear some of the yahoos today who are basically representing Calvinism. And they're not much different than Islamic fatalists. And quite frankly, they've never read Calvin. They have never read the Institutes. So, I mean, and not just the Institutes. I mean, the Institutes are a good start if you're going to read Calvin. But that's not the only thing Calvin wrote. He wrote a huge amount. Well, listen, I've heard it said that if one point of Calvinism falls, they all fall. That's nonsense. That's absolutely nonsense. You know, one of the things that you'll sometimes hear Calvinist scholars say that is that Calvin wasn't a 5-point Calvinist. You know, if Calvin wasn't a 5-point Calvinist, then if 1 point falls, they all fall is nonsense. It's utter rubbish. You can be, there are points of Calvinism that can fall, and the rest can definitely let's take just for example, let's take just 1 point. The whole idea of unconditional election. Just take the point of unconditional election. The election itself is not the debatable point. Everyone sort of agrees on election, whether you're Calvinist or Arminian. Okay? It's the unconditional part that's debatable. The modern Calvinist is going to say, God had no conditions at all, that it is a completely arbitrary decision that God makes to elect, with no considerations whatsoever. Okay. First of all, Calvin is probably not going to agree with that. The second thing is, God has a lot of information about what he does, why he does it. He doesn't reveal his motives. It's one thing for God not to reveal his reasons for electing someone. It's another thing to say he has no reasons at all. This is then what you're talking about here is the cosmic roll of the dice for election. It's capricious. It's absolutely capricious. So that whole idea of unconditional atonement is, if taken to its logical conclusion, will end you up with a God that's capricious. And God is not capricious. In fact, he's the opposite of being capricious. He's reasoned. His logic, his logos is infinite. Okay? So I would say here that the understanding of say the Calvinist dogmas really need a fine-tuning and frankly, be read in context. Be read in context to what Calvin said. Gosh, why would we do that? Because that would take reading. Now, I will say this. Not all of Calvin's work have been translated into English. We have to understand that Calvin wrote in French and German. He wrote French, German, and Latin. Not all of Calvin's works have been translated. In fact, there's a huge, there's a think tank called the Calvin Institute in Geneva, Switzerland. Of course. Of course it's in Geneva. It's a vault. And we knew the director of the Calvin Institute. He was actually one of our instructors. And he described it like this. There's this massive vault of Calvin's writings. Massive vault. And it's not even a library, it's a vault. And he estimated that something like 60% have been translated into English. So there's a huge amount of Calvin's writings that have never been properly translated into English. And unfortunately, modern Calvinists take a very, very small subset of Calvin's writings and they double down on certain interpretations of those narrow readings. Calvin is a lot more moderate than most people would understand today. A lot more moderate. And yet, he's still not going to be Arminian. He's not going to believe in, say, the residual goodness that Arminius did. And quite frankly, I don't blame him. I don't believe in the residual goodness. Well, most Arminians have never thought it through. Arminius believed in residual goodness. Yeah, most practicing Arminians today have never heard of residual goodness. So, I'll take this question from St. Ronan, because it's on topic here. Good evening, Dr. Falk. Do Calvinists in general hold to a determinist, fatalist point of view that we only see in staunch or hyper-Calvinism? No. Okay? They don't hold to that. Yes, definitely Talbot. Yeah. I'll wait for his chat to come up, but I'll finish up with St. Ronan's comment here and then move on to Talbot's here, because I think Talbot hits the nail on the head. They're definitely, classical Calvinism is not fatalism or determinism. In classical Calvinism, everyone has a kind of freedom. A freedom to sin. A freedom to rebel. That's classical Calvinism. Okay, there is no determinism or fatalism. In classical Calvinism, you have the right to reject. And even the doctrine of the perseverance of the saints only is the perseverance as long as you stay on the path. It's the promise to keep you on the path if you stay on the path. That's the perseverance of the saints, as according to Calvin. If you willfully veer off the path, there's no perseverance. You're not persevering. God's not keeping you on, forcing you to stay on the path. Okay? So, it's not fatalism. It's not determinism. And that this is a hyper-Calvinistic, in I'd say, new Calvinism distortion. Neo-Calvinism, if you want to go there, yeah. Get to Talbot's, because I think Talbot hits the nail right on the head here. I think Calvin is closer to Lutheran and Augustine than modern Calvinism. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I'm not always a fan of Augustine. I'll point that straight up. I think Augustine, the more I read on Alvis, on more I read of Augustine, the less I like the man. But Calvin is definitely in that pale of Augustinian grace, Augustinian theology. And so is Luther. In fact, one of the sort of the great tragedies of the Reformation is that Luther and Calvin couldn't reconcile their differences, mostly because of Luther's pigheadedness. Okay? In fact, it was even admitted by Melanchthon. Melanchthon admitted that Calvin and Luther could have worked this out if Luther had not been intransigent on this sacrament, on the Lord's Supper. Basically, Luther cut off. Basically, the way the story went was Calvin sent a conciliatory letter to Luther, and Luther took a knife, stabbed through the paper, and said, "In, under, and through." The connotation is that Luther thought that the body and blood of Christ was in, under, and through the sacraments, consubstantiation, whereas Calvin took a more symbolic approach. So, it's unfortunate that Luther decided to make the sacrament, the Lord's Supper, a point of division instead of trying to reach a common ground, because I think they could have had a common ground here. The two views between of Calvin and Luther on, say, soteriology are so close. They're actually so close that they could have come to a consensus. And what happened thereafter was very unfortunate, because then you had, after Luther's death, Melanchthon essentially was the sort of the head guy of the Lutheran Church, and then you had the Augsburg Confession, and that's sort of where things go awry for Lutheranism, and then Calvinism sort of goes on its own direction as well. So, but I do think, I absolutely think that Talbot is 100% correct here. That, Calvin is much closer to Lutheran and Augustine than to modern Calvinism. Modern Calvinism has gone off the rails. It has gone off the rails. I mean, I hear there's one guy, I'll say this, $1 apologist. A $1 apologist, for those who have not tuned into this channel, is basically a guy who's self-trained apologist, who has no training or education or anything, who basically says that Calvinism is essentially fatalism. Fatalism. Nothing you do is your own free will. Well, that's not Calvinism. It's not even Christianity. Mechanic says, you should talk to Mike Winger about this. He's a modern critic of modern Calvinism and might not have heard the context. Yeah, that's the one thing I find about Mike Winger. I like Mike. Okay, I like Mike. I think he tries. Mike legitimately tries. There's things I really agree with Mike on. I agree with his critiques on the Passion Translation. The Passion Translation is awful. Awful. His critiques of Calvinism, though, are basically that new Calvinism strain. Now, I understand that he also has a denominational perspective on this. He's a Calvary Chapel minister. He's a pastor at a Calvary Chapel. And Calvary Chapels tend to be more Arminian. So there is a sectarian slant to Winger's point of view here. So I'm not quite sure, even if he heard the context, it would matter that much. So because of his sectarian point of view on this. But I also think that you have to take the context as well. Because there's a whole impetus of, if we could boil down the Reformation to just one dogma, one sort of flame to the gasoline dogma that the whole Reformation was fought over, it's over the idea of residual goodness. And if you don't understand the dogma of residual goodness, you don't understand the Reformation. You ask modern day Protestants and say independent Christians, okay, what was the dogma that really the Reformation was about? And you'll hear, oh, it was about papacy. Oh, it was about the Virgin Mary. No, it was none of that. It was about the sacraments. No, not that either. No. Well, it was about indulgences. No, it wasn't about that either. Although slightly about that. Okay? It was about residual goodness. If you want to take away one teaching of tonight's live stream, the Protestant Reformation was all about residual goodness. The idea that the saints were so good that they could basically approach God on their own merit, and that they could save up their goodness to get themselves out of purgatory later. It was that tool of residual goodness the Catholic Church used to justify indulgences, to justify certain practices such as pilgrimages, extraerogatory acts, to even adjust their soteriology to say that somebody could approach God because they were so good on their own. That's the principal dogma that the whole Protestant Reformation was fought over. This is also why you have in almost every brand of major Protestantism the dogma of total depravity. Whether or not, now that's also misunderstood dogma. Total depravity does not mean you're completely evil. That's a distortion. It pisses pagans off too, because they don't get it either. Because it's not well explained. The idea of total depravity is not that you're totally evil. It's that you have so little goodness in you that you cannot reach God on your own. It's more that you are incapable of coming to God on your own. And not only are you incapable of coming to God on your own, you also lack the goodness to store up that goodness for the sake of others, for the sake of helping yourself. It's all Christ's goodness, not your personal residual goodness. So, when put into that historical contextual light, you can sort of start seeing how these doctrines sort of formed. How the various things sort of emerged out of the Protestant Reformation, and moreover, how the Counter-Reformation reacted to that as well. So, these are important historical factors that went into all of this. So, unless you have that sort of, and here's the thing, modern Calvinists have lost that. They no longer know why the Protestant Reformation happened, what they fought over, why they went toe-to-toe theologically with the Roman Catholic Church. That is going to really impact the modern debate on this. So modern Calvinists have lost sight of that, and thus they've come up with distortions in their doctrines. Likewise, the Arminians also don't understand why it was fought over, which is why you also have, say the hyper Arminian views as well, where you have, say, freedom without election. That's also a distortion of Arminianism. So, anyway, that's going to cover our discussion here of say, modern Calvinism and what I don't even know where we started with this, but it sort of rabbit trailed into a whole history of say, the doctrines of Calvinism. So anyway, I want to thank whoever started that question because it ended up being pretty interesting. But I see we've got a super chat here that just came in, and we'll take that now. A first-time super chat here. So we love seeing first-time super chatters. From Konstantinos Karampakakis for $10. Thank you very much for that super chat. Yeah, it was free will offerings. It was free will offerings that started all this. And someone said, that's going to trigger the Calvinists. Oh, yeah. But again, so this is how theological things start. You know, one thing has consequences to the other. So, yeah, very interesting question. Okay, so getting to the super chat here. Could some of Scripture actually be temple inscriptions similar to Egyptian temple inscriptions? Yes. There is actually one I can think of right off the top of my head that we're almost absolutely sure was a temple inscription, which is 1 Kings 6:1. I'll bring that up just in case you don't know what, but it's a well discussed passage in, say, Exodus studies. But we'll bring this one up just to read it. It's always good to read it. 1 Kings 6:1. Okay. Now it came about in the 480th year after the sons of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over the land of Egypt, over the land of Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, that he began to build the house of the Lord. Okay? Almost certainly, this was originally carved in a block of stone on the temple of Yahweh in Jerusalem. Almost certainly, it has all the formulation of a temple dedication inscription. And we see many examples of this in the ancient Near East. And they are often carved on a block of a temple or on, say, a dedication stela. Like, for example, the 400-year stela of Ramses II, Seti the First. So, sorry, Ramses the First, Seti the First. So, it's almost certain that this was actually a temple inscription, similar to what the Egyptian temple inscriptions did. Now, with temple dedication inscriptions in Egypt, you don't see them normally on the temple itself, but you do see them on, say, stela. And the stela would be basically placed near the temple or on the outskirts of the temple precinct. So, usually not on the temple itself, but usually on sort of votive stela of some kind. And this inscription would have probably been on a stone block on the, as I said, the temple of Yahweh. So we're almost certain about this. So, because it has that formulation of a temple dedication inscription. So basically the writer from Kings, who basically edited the Book of Kings, and it is an edited work. It actually takes many, many sources. We know this. It's a multi-sourced book. Because it'll refer to the Book of the Acts of the Kings or, say, other works. So it's referencing multiple works here. But in this particular case, this has that formulation that almost certainly would have been written on the temple somewhere. And it probably would have been someplace that it would have been seen by the public as well. So anyway, we do know that this happened in some cases, but this is one where we're certain of. I mean, like 99% certain would have been on the temple of the Lord. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. As far as the other scriptures, probably less so. We do see that there was, like, for example, the way the temple was constructed. It tended to they lined the walls with cedar and covered it with gold foil. So there is some possibility that they could have actually incised like psalms into some of the into the temple walls. That's possible as well. Although we don't have any hard evidence for that one way or the other. But this is the one. This is the one where we have the hard evidence for. So we don't know if there was a lot of these, but there were some. And that's about all we can say. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Lego David says, finding an Israelite stela that would have originally contained this particular king's passage, similar to the Mesha stela, would be a groundbreaking discovery. Yes, it would. Yeah, ABR will find it next week, and they'll date it to the early Exodus date. Now, actually, another example that has just popped to mind is actually the Hezekiah inscription at the Siloam tunnel. You know, there's actually a inscription that was placed in the tunnel, saying how Hezekiah commissioned the tunnel to feed Jerusalem from Siloam Spring. So we have that inscription, and it's right now in the British Museum. And that inscription parallels a passage found in Kings. I must see if I can find that. I'll find that. See quickly here. Okay. Probably not going to be able to find it at the moment, but yeah, we do see. Okay. 2 Kings 20:19. Now the rest of the acts of Hezekiah. Pull that up. And all his might, and how he made a pool and conduit, and brought water into the city. Are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Judah? Well, it was also written on a plaque in the tunnel itself. So that was a totally cool find. I mean, that one is really cool. You know, and it mentions in that plaque how the tunnel was actually, you know, two parties, you know, dug tunnels from both sides and met in the middle. So yeah, that was a great piece of archaeological evidence confirming this passage, and it was done on a plaque on a side of the wall, and it's now in the British Museum. It's an incredible find, very incredible find. So we do know occasionally Israelites did this, not as often as some other cultures did, but they still did it. So it's a cool find. So anyway, Yeah, it'd be lovely if we could find that original plaque for the temple dedication inscription. Probably not going to, but still would be cool. Totally cool. Okay, let's take a couple more super chats and then we'll probably call it a night. Oh, sorry, not super chats, but non-super chats. Go back to, we had some more good stuff at the beginning here, so let's see about that. And of course, if we don't find any more questions that catch my fancy, although a lot has catch my fancy tonight. I mean, we've had some really cool discussions. Oh, Lego David, you shouldn't have done that. You asked before about the Armstrong Institute. I've got to penalize you on that one. You're not getting a question answered tonight. You posted it twice. That's a no-no. Yeah, we take that double posting super seriously. Yeah, don't ever double post a question. We will just not, unless we ask you. If we ask you to post it again, that's one thing. But if you double post, we will not take it. Okay, let's see, what else do we have here? I'll take this one from Gaius Octavius. Do you believe that there's a focused effort to refute the Bible among the field of Egyptology and the larger biblical historical academic community? That's a yes and no question. Not in Egyptology. Egyptology doesn't really care about the Bible. Yeah, you'll get some Egyptologists who will talk off the top of their head, not knowing what they're talking about when it comes to the Bible. But overall, Egyptology as a discipline doesn't care one bit about the Bible. The attitude in Egyptology tends to be, why would you bother with the Bible when you've got all these juicy hieroglyphs that you can read? Egypt is so much more interesting. Why would you care about Israel? And that's sort of the prevailing attitude in Egyptology is, who cares? It's like not important to us. You know, we got this cool culture, the coolest culture ever. You know? In a sense, they're right. I mean, the Egyptian language is a lot more interesting than Biblical Hebrew. I'll admit that. Story linguist ammo. Hieroglyphs have got you beat. So, you know, it is sort of the prevailing prejudice among Egyptologists that it's non-interesting. Non-interesting. Okay? Now, among the biblical academic community, oh yeah, there's definitely a strain of, say, biblical studies academics that see who see their sole purpose as to disprove the Bible. Okay? And you do get a lot of atheists in biblical studies. You don't get so many atheists in Egyptology. In fact, it's Egyptology, you tend to get more Muslims and Copts. Those are the Coptic people. There's a lot of Coptic people in Egyptology. There's also a lot of Muslims. Okay? And between the two of them, they sort of make up the majority of Egyptologists. So you do have a lot more, say, people with a religious understanding in Egyptology than you do actually even in biblical studies. A lot of biblical studies people start off, their academic training being religious and then lose it along the way. Either because they never really held on to it to begin with, or because the program itself tried to instill skepticism. So you do find both in biblical studies. But this has resulted in a very large community of people who are focused on refuting the Bible. And I think that's a wrong-headed approach anyway. If you're refuting the Bible, you're not trying to understand the Bible. You're doing advocacy. You're doing advocacy. And advocacy is not scholarship. That is advocacy. You can advocate for false things too. So it's a form of advocacy. So advocacy is not a scholastic discipline. You're trying to understand. Scholastic disciplines seek to understand, not advocate. So, yeah, in Egyptology, you're going to get a lot of Muslims. They're going to believe in Moses. They might rail against the Old Testament and the Israelites and the modern day Jews. You'll see a lot of anti-Semitism in Egyptology, but they are going to believe at least in a base set of characters. Muslims are also going to believe in King David. They'll believe there's a King David. They'll believe in a Moses. That's perfectly within the scope of Islam. Whereas in, say, a lot of biblical studies, certain sections of, say, quarters of biblical studies, they're going to deny that Moses was a historical figure and be deeply skeptical about King David. Even today, you still find extreme biblical minimalists. Even though the evidence is largely against that view now. So anyway, and again, there's a lot of the mushy middle too. So you're going to get people who have various degrees of both skepticism and acceptance of these points of view. So anyway, with that said, thank you very much for the question. We appreciate it. Okay, we'll wait for Cody's question to come through, and we'll take another in the meantime here. Oh, he finished. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's go to the bottom here, and it's not quite through yet. Okay, well, we'll bring up his super chat here, which is see question below, and it just popped up, so we got it here. Okay. What is the most accurate way to translate Yara? Most English translations seem to render it at least in relation to Adonai or Yahweh Yara as provides, but what I see, it is derived from Ra'ah. Okay. Now, the rule is generally that we are going to, when you ask a language question like this, we ask that you think, tell us what you think it means. Okay, you said it's C to C. Okay, so that helps. That helps. Okay, so we're going to take that. We're going to look at that lexeme here. Now, I am going to take a look at a halot. Because one of the things about Hebrew lexemes that we always have to be cognizant of is lexical range. Lexical range is a particular problem in Hebrew. And that is that Hebrew has a very small set of vocabulary. And to make up for that small set of vocabulary, they have the words in Hebrew have a very large lexical range. So I'm just going to quickly look through halot here. Okay. Now, you did the Yahweh Ya'arah. Now that's going to be in the a third person singular. Okay, so that's the third person singular, and you're more likely to see those. By the way, those two words reversed. So you're more likely to see it as Yara Yahweh. So that's more likely what you're more likely to see because of the way that syntax works in Hebrew. But we still get the point. I'm just gonna quickly look this up at halot, and then we can probably get some. Jack Ray, I'm so used to English. King of the word theft, yeah. Yeah, English is a. Okay. Cough. Here. Okay. Resh Aleph A. Okay. Now, we do see that the lexeme. Now, when we talk about a lexeme, what we're talking about here is what is the base meaning of the word. And there's going to be variations upon, say, the base meaning. So you're going to want to start off with sort of the base meaning here of what ra'ah means. It does have the inference here of to see, and that's sort of the kind of the base. The base meaning is to see, but it's more than that. In fact, it's got a really long entry here in halot. So it's got the, as I said already, it's got the base to see with one's own eyes. But it also has other meanings too that are associated with that. It can mean to understand. To see is, oh, I see what you mean, which means I understand. Okay? So it can mean that as well. So it means to see, it can mean to understand. It can mean to reveal. Oh, it can be seen, as in it's real. It's been revealed. It can mean to look at or inspect. It can mean to look after, as into, I am seeing to these sheep, as in, I am looking after the sheep. It can, I mean, it's got a huge semantic range. It can mean to choose or select, as in, I see the one I want. Basically, I've chosen the one I want. There's more. Become visible, to present myself. I am being seen by the king. So I'm presenting myself to the king. So you've got all these different meanings, and you can have it as in to pit yourself against each other. You know, he is seeing Bob in a fight. So I mean, it's got a huge semantic range, and this is not that uncommon for Hebrew verbs. A little Cody Magahi. This is Ra'ah. Okay, this is the Ra'ah, the Resh Aleph Hey that you mentioned here. Okay, so we've got an absolutely massive semantic range. So then when we look at, say, a translation like to provide, okay, Yahweh provides, okay? Basically, Yahweh reveals something. He makes it seen. He shows it. Oh, you're asking what source am I using for this? I'm using Halot. Halot is the standardized lexicon for Hebrew. It's the big reference lexicon. So this is just covering the lexeme of Ra'ah. So the base lexeme of Ra'ah. Now, so this is the base meaning, is to be seen or to see, but out of that base lexeme come all these different meanings. All 9,000 lot. Okay, so Cody, you have to kind of understand how linguistics work in Hebrew here. So I'm trying to explain this. Okay, so you start off with Ra'ah with a base lexeme, lexical meaning. Okay, and that base lexical meaning of Ra'ah is to see. But there's a lot of derived meanings from that lexical base. And all those meanings put together is what constitutes what's called the lexical range. The possible scope of meanings for that word. Jack Ray, flexical, lexical. Yeah, that's Hebrew. That's Hebrew. This is why I think that, say, concordant or one meaning people who claim, oh, this is the word, this is the meaning, it only has this meaning. Not in Hebrew, and frankly, not in any language. This is one of the things that I think drives me kind of nuts. The dictionary fallacy sometimes is called. But it's really a one meaning fallacy. The idea that a word can only have one meaning. And it'll never deviate from that one meaning. And that's not the way language works. all language works in context. Let me give you an example here. I write on the board the word run. I've used this example before on this channel. R-U-N, run. Don't give you any context. Just wrote it on a blackboard. What does that word mean? Run. Well, is it a noun or a verb? Because that's going to change the meaning. It could mean I'm running a race. To physically move, walk very, very fast is to run. Okay. It could mean to a line of a product is a run. You know, you're manufacturing in a plant. You've got a run of toys that you've manufactured. Okay. It could mean a dribble of paint going down a wall. That's a run. It could mean a break in a stocking. That's a run. It's all these different things. I mean, you can run a software program. That means to execute. Yeah, whereas to execute a person means something entirely different. You know, Andrew Graham just pointed out, to run a cable to a house, the house from the street. Yeah, that's to extend a cable. To lay a cable is to run a cable. And we're just in sort of the nouns here. You know, in fact, there's, for the word run, there's 50 verbal meanings and 20 noun meanings. Again, Andrew brings up another one. To run a company, you're basically managing. And that's what you're dealing with a lexical range, is a huge number of meanings. So, you start with the base lexeme, but you're not limited to it. The base lexeme only gives you the start. And from the base lexeme, you can run on about run. Yeah, pretty much. Jack Ray wins pun of the night. So Cody, when you start with a word like yara, and you know that's the Hebrew third person singular of ra'ah, you look at ra'ah, you see the base lexeme is to see, but the extended meaning of that is varied, extremely varied. You've got to see, you've got to reveal, you've got to show, you can present yourself, you can fight using the word, you can make offerings in this way, and by extension, provide. So, there isn't a most accurate way to translate something in any word. It has to be in context. Context determines the meaning. The meaning of every word in every language is practically meaningless without context. Here's a fun story that D.A. Carson said. So it's his story, and I'm giving him all the credit. Because he's a big proponent of this, that context is what determines meaning. You know, and he said this, you know, that every word can have multiple meanings. And of course he said he had some wag in his class, and he goes, every class has one of these smart aleck students, and smart aleck students, he goes, okay, I think I have a word that there's only one meaning for. And he goes, okay, what is it? Roller coaster. Hey, no, Talbot, we're still going. Um, so, and he was legitimately stumped for a while. He was legitimately stumped. And he thought about it. Even a word like roller coaster has multiple meanings. You have, of course, the roller coaster being that the amusement park ride, but it can also mean life is like a roller coaster, something that has ups or downs. The stock market graph is like a roller coaster, ups and downs. So, context is what determines meaning. A word can have a semantic range, okay? And whatever is accurate is what is within that semantic range and fits the context. So that's how you have to kind of think of this when it comes to what's the most accurate way to translate something. Yeah, Andrew. You mean life makes you sick? Yeah, it could be. Like a roller coaster. So I hope you understand how this works. So if you come away with this thinking, okay, there may not be necessarily one best meaning, but a possible range of meanings that I have to look at the context and then determine that which meaning is best, you've gotten something out of your super chat tonight. So anyway, I want to thank you for that super chat. It's a great question, and I hope that helped clarify this issue for you. So, or at least you come away with knowing that there are many meanings of the word run. Yeah, you clarified that it's confusing. Yeah, maybe that's what you take away. But every word in Hebrew is like this. Yirah is probably a little more extreme than most, as far as its semantic range. But there are other words in Hebrew that also have a huge semantic range, like yada is another famous one. The verb to know, it has a huge semantic range also. So several verbs in Hebrew do this. So this is not uncommon in Hebrew. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Oh, yes, well, Jack Ray. Or turning statements into questions too often is a questionable practice. Oh, it can be a very questionable practice. Oh boy. Let's not start on that one because that's a hot button topic for me. Yeah, with 3,000 words, you have to use them wisely. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Well, this is why we find some unique constructions in Hebrew too. Like, for example, you'll find redundancy in Hebrew. This is how Hebrew manages its semantic range. Like, for the one example I love here is 1 Samuel 1:1. This is a great example of how Hebrew manages semantic range. Is where he's in the writer of 1 Samuel 1:1 is using the word Ephraim in two different ways to restrict its range. Like, for example, here in 1 Samuel 1:1, now there was a certain man from Ramathaim Zophim from the hill country of Ephraim. His name was Elkanah, son of Jehoram, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, and Ephraimite. Ephrati, Hebrew. Now, they have, the writer here has used Ephraimite in two different ways to restrict its range. One in terms to its geography, the other in terms of its tribal affiliation. There's something in Hebrew called a rule of of non-redundancy. If you see a word used in two different, same word or similar word used in two ways, it's such a way that you have to interpret them in a non-redundant way. So you can't interpret that second use of Ephraim in a geographical way because it's been used in the same way previously. Okay. This is how the Israelites restricted their semantic range, is through basically and some people, when they read the Bible, say, oh, it's so repetitive. No, it's not repetitive. It's restricting its semantic range, so you understand exactly what the writer's trying to get you to understand. So it's what you have to do with languages like this. So anyway, thank you very much for, I mean, that's an interesting comment about the 3,000 words, because it is dead on. It's really how the Hebrews attended this. Okay, I see another question here that I like, even though it doesn't have a Q and the colon in front of it. So Matt T, in the future, put a Q and a colon in front, so I know it's directed to me. But we'll take it. We'll take it. Question. What was the language spoken of, I think you mean by, the Israelites during their time in Egypt, and did they maintain the same spoken language after the Exodus? It probably was a dialect of Amoritic, of the Amorite language. Okay? So, we do know that the Israelites were a tribal group that descended from the Amorite people in northern Mesopotamia. So they're taking with them the Amoritic language. And they're probably speaking Amoritic in Egypt. We know from, say, the seal inscriptions that we find at, say, Avaris, which is the city where they lived, Amoritic imperfective names. So their language has a strong component of Amorite, of the Amorite language. So they probably spoke Amorite while they were in Egypt. As they're wandering the Sinai, it probably slowly changes into becomes what's known as classical Hebrew. So that's the development. And later on, as, say, the Bible is written, there's going to be some of it written during their wanderings in Sinai. The language is going to subtly change. And the texts are going to be, say, updated for spelling and grammar. Ooh, okay. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. It's a great question, but it was probably a version of Amorite. And we know also that Amorite is so close to Hebrew, it's not even funny. I mean, it's really close to Hebrew. It's the closest language to Hebrew that we've discovered so far. And this was just a recent discovery. We found 2 Amoritic tablets in, I believe, 2022 that basically are a manual to interpret, to decipher Amorite into Akkadian. We know Akkadian language already. So using that, we were able to figure out Amoritic. And the Amoritic language has vocabulary that we only would have expected from Hebrew. That is distinctly Hebrew. So we now know it's also Hebrew and Amoritic. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. We really appreciate it. Okay, Jack Ray, $5. Sponsoring Andrew Graham's question above, the one without the Q. Okay. 51. And Andrew Graham asks, can the 10 Commandments change their meaning in other languages? Well, they shouldn't. Uh, Not real. I mean, it depends what you mean by change their meaning in other languages. Uh, oh wow. Okay. If it's related to empty discs, thing, I mean, once saw a guy play cinnamon games with "Don't have idols" to change to "Don't have fixed ideas" during a Michael Heiser QA. Oh, there are translations that change certain translations for ideological purposes. This is very true of sectarian translations. Okay? Hmm. Um, where's he saying that? Oh, okay. I see this. I mean, like, not having idols to say having idols. Okay. You can okay, there's several ways this happens. Okay? Um there's a particular mischief that's done sometimes with scripture. And you have, and again, some of this is sectarian, some of this is denominational, some of this is ideological. One way to do this in a mischief sense, and this is a hot button topic to me. There is a rule in Hebrew that says if you have a declarative statement without an interrogative pronoun, so basically it's not a question, that you can potentially translate it in such a way that it becomes a question and you flip the meaning of it. An example, if we were to use like the commandment against idols, that thou shalt not have a graven image, you can flip that on the head is, shall you not have a graven image? Essentially saying, you must have idols. And I know Heiser was a fan of this method on some texts, but its potential for mischief is really, like, you can flip the meaning of any verse, any passage. Like, let's just take, bring up my Bible again here. Let's just take Genesis 1, and I can show you how mischievous this can become. In the beginning, did God create heavens and the earth? And was the earth formless and void? And was darkness over the surface of the deep? And was the Spirit of God moving over the surface of the waters? Well, the implication, now you've got the skeptical creation model. Did God say, let there be light? And was there light? And did God see the light? And was it good? You can flip the meaning of any passage by turning it into a question. It's yes, there is sometimes contextually you have to do this in Hebrew. But the abuse of that is applying it to passages where it's not clear from the context that that's necessitated. And I think that's a big problem. BC, did God really say, Satan was a scholar. Yeah, you get that impression sometimes, don't you? Yeah. So, there are issues here. Now, there are also renderings too, which just take the semantic range and basically take the clear meaning and dicker with it. Okay. You find this, say, in the New Revised Standard Update Edition, where they have updated it to make it consistent with the practices of the alphabet community. Okay? So you got that happening. Now, they take a very clear passages from Paul, and they basically adjust the meaning to make it consistent with what they want. You'll see this even done, say, for example, in by what's it called now? People who hold to the view of annihilationism. They'll do this sometimes too, where they'll take, say, forever the ages in Revelation. They'll say, "Oh, it means eternal life for in that context," but it means temporary. That the punishment is final. So they'll go both ways on that. So you do see this in annihilationists do this too. It's not a practice that's just isolated to, say, woke communities. It's also in some conservative communities too. So there's differences there. I see Bonbons finally showed up. So anyway, yeah, there's practices here that I would say that flip the meaning of certain passages on their head, or basically translate things in such a way as to get the least likely meaning out of the lexemes. And unfortunately, we are living in a time where these sort of translations and practices abound. Oh, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciated. We just got in another super chat too. Okay, Matt T for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He uses here the Paleo Hebrew for the Tetragrammaton, which is the 4-letter name of God. And he asks, God's name in the Old Testament is substituted with Lord God over 6,000 times. That's in translation, by the way. How do we know how to pronounce it? I heard Yahuwah. Is this correct? Okay. How do we know? Now, it's not likely to be a U in this particular case. The third letter, the Vav, is likely to be a W phoneme. Okay. Now, the question is not going to be the consonants. You have a Yod, which is a Y. You have a Hey, which is an H. And really a non-glottal H. You have a Vav, which is in all likelihood not a vowel. Not a vowel in this case, because it's not a matrix. A matrix lexicon is what old Hebrew classical Hebrew used to substitute for vowels. So it's probably a consonant. And then you have another, it ends with a hey. Now, the vowel pattern is going to be what's at issue here. Because the vowel pattern is going to determine the pronunciation ultimately. Now, for the best comparison of the vowel patterns, you probably are going to have to go to a language such as Akkadian, where the vowel patterns are it's a Semitic language where the vowel patterns are very well known and very consistent. So, you're probably it's going to probably break down into 2 syllables. So you're going to have basically an A sound, an A phoneme, a vowel phoneme for the first syllable. So you're going to get that first syllable, you're going to get a yod, and then an A phoneme, and then you're going to get the hey, followed by a schwa. And a schwa is basically a shortened E. Now, when it comes at an end of a syllable, it's silent. It's to indicate a syllabation break. So the first syllable is going to be pronounced something like Yah. And that's not unexpected. We see this everywhere. We see this in names. This is uncontested. Now, it's the last syllable that's going to be contested. Now, again, because we are dealing with a full consonant for the vav, probably going to be a W, could be a V. It's possible to be a V, but it's more likely to be a W. Okay. And the syllabation that we find in it tends to be a longer E in, say, Semitic languages, especially ones that are followed by a first complete syllable. So, your last syllable on the Tetragrammaton is likely to be a vav, a long E, maybe a segul or a thare, and then finally the hey at the end. Okay? So, as much as it's going to tick off Bonbon, the pronunciation of this is probably Yahweh. And that is based upon comparative Semitics. And the comparative Semitics and the Amoritic vowel patterns seem to be consistent with what we know of other Eastern Semitic languages. Okay? So, that's how you pronounce it. And that's how we know how to pronounce it, is through comparative Semitics. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. So we are at 8 after 12. We've taken a lot of super chats, or sorry, non-super chats tonight. So we're not going to take any extra non-super chats because I think we're pretty much through the most interesting ones. We ended up with a nice super chat here, a very interesting one, and how we arrived at this. So we're going to call it a night at this point. We've been going on for a little over 4 hours. I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. It was a great stream. We talked about a lot of interesting topics tonight. So, fantastic stream. I couldn't be happier with how this turned out. We also want to encourage everyone to join us for the popcorn review this Monday, September 4th at 8 p.m. Pacific time. Okay? We do everything on this channel according to Pacific time. So, with that said, I want to thank all the super chatters and those who donated to the channel. Your donations and your super chats really, really help us to basically put food on our table, keep going, doing this thing and hopefully, eventually go full time. We're still saving up to do this full time, and seeing your continuous support does give us the confidence to eventually go full time. So, full time is very important for us because that would mean us writing books again, writing peer-reviewed articles. We got a whole bunch of peer-reviewed articles we never got to press because we didn't have the time. And better, more complex content. And that helps you directly. We also want to thank our Patreon subscribers who help keep the equipment running, pay for the electricity and the lights. We can't do it without you guys. We really, really appreciate it. And full time. Oh, yes. Well, we would definitely love to do this full time. So, and finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who basically view our content. They view our content, they leave comments and likes, and basically share our videos on other social media platforms. Our social media platforms are limited because we have limited time, thus we don't do a lot of, say, alternative media. So when you share our videos on other platforms, that expands our audience. And we're so grateful when you do that. So, with that said, I want to thank you very, very much for watching tonight. We're glad you could join us, and we will see you next week on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.